You're here. I'm here. We're both ready and excited for Host Week. I had a cookie for breakfast. I mean, I don't think this day could get much better, except it was cool too. So if you joined us yesterday, welcome back. If you're just tuning in for the first time, Host Week is HAR's week-long celebration of hosted advisors in the industry that supports them. I am Steph Lee. I'm the founder of Host Agency Reviews, MC for this week, and mom to two adorable pups that like to pop into the screen from time to time. So don't worry if it looks like a wolf is coming up behind me or jumps on the screen. That's just our Orion, our half husky. And if you hear some squeaking in the background, that's probably Fennec playing with his toy. So you can see him a little bit back there. Don't look behind the curtain. Ignore what's going on. So this is our second annual Host Week, which means last year we had no idea what we were doing. We managed to pull it off. And this year we have a better idea of what we're doing. And we've gone ahead and added a lot more content. So here's what you can expect. We have interviews from 25 different hosts throughout the week. We have suppliers sharing with you why they love hosted advisors. There are 40 exclusive deals for Host Week attendees, and we'll drop that link in the comments. want to mention is our blog of the day. So we're going to put a link to it in the comments. But if you haven't checked out our free travel agency business plan template, this baby is an amazing resource if you're a new advisor. And it's a great foundation to build off of if you're experienced, but you're looking to change directions of your agency. So say, for instance, you're going to open a storefront, or you've decided to change niches, or you're going to hire employees. All of this can kind of help you walk through the steps that you should be planning for and thinking of. So I'm just going to share my screen really quick so we can take a look at this gem. So, there's a lot of travel agency business plan templates out there. The reason this one is special and a really great resource is because it's not just like, sections. Like, here's the travel agency overview, put your name and location in here, put who your competition is. We've actually written this out for a fictitious agency that specializes in astronomy, astronomically themed trips. And so you can see in here, everything's filled out, and we put a lot of additional resources, data within here to help you. So for instance, in our financial projections section, we go ahead and talk about what the average income that travel agents make, how much you could expect, say, to make if you were 10 years of experience versus your first couple years. We talk about different technologies that you can integrate into your agency. So it's a very thorough business plan. And again, we're going to put the link in, so check that out when you get some time. And let's see. So that is pretty fancy, just one of the many special treats we have in store for you this week. But go ahead and set your alarms for 12:45 Central Time, because that's where we're going to get chatting in our Get to Know a Host section. And that's where April sits down and chats and asks questions to reps. Today, we're going to be hearing from Habitats by Cat. Oops, hi, Orion. Travel experts, KHM Travel Group, Lavarte Travel, and Montecito Village Travel. We'll hear about what makes their agency unique, who's a good fit for their network, and what they've been working on for 2022. So if you're looking for a new host, take a look at their profiles and come up with some questions that you can pop into the comments to ask their team. There may even be some of their current members in the audience that can help answer some of your questions or share their experience. So I want to mention that right before we sit down with today's host, we'll also be hearing from the Professional Association of Travel Hosts, or PATH. And if you haven't heard of PATH or aren't quite sure what role they play in the industry, because they're less agent-facing and more host agency-facing, but join us at 12:35 Central Time, because we'll be sitting down with Anita Paglioso, the president of PATH. And on the docket, after our host interviews, is our think tank. So we've got 2 of them for you today, and these are a great fit whether you've been in business for 2 months or 0 months or 20 years. So the goal with these is to inspire you and to help you grow your agency. So we'll start off at 2:50 Central Time. We'll be hearing from Geraldine with her 10 times my travel business, grow 10 times better in half the time. So once that wraps up, we are having an encore performance from har alumni team member Bridget Lee. So if you've been thinking that A, you either need a website for your agency, or B, you're badly in need of updating your website, join us for a think tank on creating a professional website for the non-techie. It's really simple. So if this is something that has been weighing on you, creating that new website or updating yours, and you just don't even want to deal with it, drop into this, because you'll see how easy it is to set it up, and it shouldn't be a barrier for you. So that's a really fun lineup for today, and we are only on Tuesday, everyone. So to kick off today, we've got ASTA's Senior Vice President of Industry Affairs and Education, Mark Meader, joining us. For those of you that joined us on Monday, Mark, Michelle, and I did a think tank on ASTA's roadmap to become a travel advisor course. So if you watched that, you already know that Mark is incredibly passionate about advocating for the travel advisor community. So we asked him to give us an update on ASTA. And I know that there are a lot of ASTA fans out there that are watching, including the entire team here at har. In fact, when I was talking with Mark and Michelle the other day, I asked them how the membership was going and the independent contractor memberships, because they have a special membership option for independent contractors. And it is really cool because in January of 2020, Mark actually knew these numbers by heart when we were talking, which was really impressive. They had 6,456 members. Contrast that with just 11 months later in November 2021, 9,000. It doesn't include the employees and everything within there that are under there. So
Okay, I think people can hear me, so I'm really excited. I'm sorry we're having this countdown. We have to wait. I have no idea what happened, but I think we are set this time. It seems a lot more promising. So rather than that other thing that I had Jimmy rigged that clearly didn't work. So thank you for your patience. And thank you to the har team. I'm sorry I screwed this up. Oh, the worst. Okay, everyone, this is the moment of truth because now that our countdown that seemed like such a great idea and now is a terrible idea. In about 40 seconds, we're going to hear if the music comes on and the beeping starts. And I think it will because it sounds like people are able to hear me right now. Thank you for all your support, everyone. It's really nice to read the comments because I'm feeling so terrible. Oh. Okay, can you hear the music? It's Tuesday. You're here. I'm here. We're both ready and excited for host week. I had a cookie for breakfast. I mean, I don't think this day could get much better, except it is going to. So if you joined us yesterday, welcome back. If you're just tuning in for the first time, Host Week is HAR's week-long celebration of hosted advisors in the industry that supports them. I am Steph Lee. I'm the founder of Host Agency Reviews, MC for this week, and mom to two adorable pups that like to pop into the screen from time to time. So don't worry if it looks like a wolf is coming up behind me or jumps on the screen. That's just our Orion, our half husky. And if you hear some squeaking in the background, that's probably Fennec playing with his toy. So you can see him a little bit back there. Don't look behind the curtain. Ignore what's going on. So this is our second annual host week, which means last year we had no idea what we were doing. We managed to pull it off. And this year we have a better idea of what we're doing. And we've gone ahead and added a lot more content. Fun. So here's what you can expect. We have interviews from 25 different hosts throughout the week. We have suppliers sharing with you why they love hosted advisors. There are 40 exclusive deals for Host Week attendees, and we'll drop that link in the comments. So make sure to head over and check those out because some of them are going to be time sensitive. And a thank you to our sponsors for this week. So we have Avoya Travel, Lavarte Travel, Nexion Travel Group, and Uniglobe Travel Center. They are the ones that made it so we are able to offer all this great content to you for free because trust me, it takes a lot of time and energy to put all this together. As travel planners, you know how much time it takes to plan something and pull it off. So now, if you've missed any of yesterday's events, do not fret. The live streams are recorded and you can go back and watch them until your heart's content on our YouTube page or on Facebook. But if you want to experience things live, so you can put a bunch of hearts and sparkles, puppy emojis in the comments, well, I can hardly blame you because emoji bombing the live streams with cute emojis is a favorite hobby of mine as well. So please feel free to do that. And if you haven't already, go ahead and go to har.news/hostweek to register. And we'll send you an email every day with the agenda and a link to watch the fun. So we'll even actually text you if you want. So how magical is that? We're super snazzy here. So speaking of agendas, what's on today's agenda? Well, the first thing I want to mention is our blog of the day. So we're going to put a link to it in the comments. But if you haven't checked out our free travel agency business plan template, this baby is an amazing resource if you're a new advisor. And it's a great foundation to build off of if you're experienced, but you're looking to change directions of your agency. So say, for instance, you're going to open a storefront or you've decided to change niches or you're going to hire employees. All of this can kind of help you walk through the steps that you should be planning for and thinking of. So I'm just going to share my screen really quick so we can take a look at this gem. So, there's a lot of travel agency business plan templates out there. The reason this one is special and a really great resource is because it's not just like, sections. Like here's the travel agency overview, put your name and location in here, put who your competition is. We've actually written this out for a fictitious agency that specializes in astronomy, astronomically themed trips. And so you can see in here, everything's filled out and we put a lot of additional resources, data within here to help you. So for instance, in our financial projections section, we go ahead and talk about what the average income that travel agents make, how much you could expect, say, to make if you were 10 years of experience versus your first couple years. We talk about different technologies that you can integrate into your agency. So it's a very thorough business plan. And again, we're going to put the link in. So check that out when you get some time. And let's see. So that is pretty fancy. Just one of the many special treats we have in store for you this week. But go ahead and set your alarms for 12:45 Central Time because that's where we're going to get chatting in our Get to Know a Host section. And that's where April sits down and chats and asks questions to reps. Today, we're going to be hearing from Habitats by Cat. Oops. Hi, Orion. Travel experts, KHM Travel Group, Lavarte Travel, and Montecito Village Travel. We'll hear about what makes their agency unique, who's a good fit for their network, and what they've been working on for 2022. So if you're looking for a new host, take a look at their profiles and come up with some questions that you can pop into the comments to ask their team. There may even be some of their current members in the audience that can help answer some of your questions or share their experience. So I want to mention that right before we sit down with today's host, we'll also be hearing from the Professional Association of Travel Hosts, or PATH. And if you haven't heard of PATH or aren't quite sure what role they play in the industry, because they're less agent facing and more host agency facing, but join us at 12:35 Central Time because we'll be sitting down with Anita Paglioso, the president of PATH. And on the docket after our host interviews is our think tank. So we've got 2 of them for you today. And these are a great fit, whether you've been in business for 2 months or 0 months or 20 years. So the goal with these is to inspire you and to help you grow your agency. So we'll start off at 2:50 Central Time. We'll be hearing from Geraldine Ree with her 10 times my travel business, grow 10 times better in half the time. So once that wraps up, we are having an encore performance from har alumni team member Bridget Lee. So if you've been thinking that A, you either need a website for your agency, or B, you're badly in need of updating your website, join us for a think tank on creating a professional website for the non-techie. It's really simple. So if this is something that has been weighing on you, creating that new website or updating yours and you just don't even want to deal with it, drop into this because you'll see how easy it is to set it up and it shouldn't be a barrier for you. So that's a really fun lineup for today, and we are only on Tuesday, everyone. So to kick off today, we've got ASTA's Senior Vice President of Industry Affairs and Education, Mark Meader, joining us. For those of you that joined us on Monday, Mark, Michelle, and I did a think tank on ASTA's roadmap to become a travel advisor course. So if you watched that, you already know that Mark is incredibly passionate about advocating for the travel advisor community. So we asked him to give us an update on ASTA. And I know that there are a lot of ASTA fans out there that are watching, including the entire team here at HAR. In fact, when I was talking with Mark and Michelle the other day, I asked them how the membership was going and the independent contractor memberships, because they have a special membership option for independent contractors. And it is really cool because in January of 2020, Mark actually knew these numbers by heart when we were talking, which was really impressive. They had 6,456 members. Contrast that with just 11 months later in November 2021, 9,463 members. And these are companies, not just, it doesn't include the employees and everything within there that are under there. So there's been great growth at ASTA, which is awesome to see during this very tough time in our industry. So if there are any ASTA members in the audience out there today, go ahead and give a clap or something. I'd love to know in the comments, because we all think they're a great organization. So go ahead and tell us the number one reason why you joined ASTA in the comments. And the reason I want to hear from you is because I know that there are some people watching that may not be members of ASTA because they're not familiar with ASTA does. So I think it'd be really helpful for them to hear from those that have experienced being an ASTA member, if they can hear what those members enjoyed most about ASTA. And I'll say that for me, I love ASTA's focus on bringing the spotlight to the agency community, whether it's through all of the pro travel advisor pieces and bid publications that they've been behind, or just by educating members of Congress about the needs of travel advisors, that we actually exist. We need those advocates out there beating down the doors for us, right? And that's what ASTA does. And that's why I really like them. So Mark is going to share with us a quick recap of ASTA's main priorities and goals. He's going to talk about the many educational opportunities they offer, whether they're a more traditional education program where you sit down like the roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course, or if it's their river cruise expo that they've got going on, or in-person events. So he'll update us also on the recent wins and the fronts that they're still fighting for us on. So Mark, the screen is all yours.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm so pleased to be here with you today and give you a few updates on where we are at ASTA, much of the work that we do, and particularly on the advocacy front. And I want to say thank you to Steph Lee and the HAR team for inviting me to speak with you today during Host Week. So great to be in front of a whole series of hosted advisors, ICs, independent advisors, contractors, and hosted agencies. So thank you for that. I'm going to focus on two things today. Firstly, the fact that our advocacy efforts at ASTA do not stop. And secondly, I'll give you an update on some educational components that we're focused on as well. So in terms of advocacy, as I said, our efforts don't stop. And as you know, we've been through so much over the last couple of years now. Can't believe it's going on 2 years in terms of the impact from the horrific COVID-19 pandemic. And we have a whole slew of initiatives that we've undertaken. But first, I want to talk a little bit about what ASTA's mission is overall. We're here to promote and defend a combination of travel agencies, the travel industry, and the traveling public. Many of you are familiar with ASTA. For those of you that are not, just a refresher for all of you. We were founded in 1931. We're the world's largest association of travel professionals with a presence in over 120 countries. We have approximately 2,600 domestic travel agency companies as members, with many more actual travel advisor members as well. These agency companies employ in excess of 30,000 people. We are in more than 750 international companies as well around the globe. And again, we're the leading global advocate for travel advisors across the country and across the world. So just who do we represent? We are, as I mentioned, we are 13,000 plus advisors and company advisors from 120 different countries. About 83% of travel agency sales are booked through an ASTA agency. That's a huge number. And what are those agencies made up of? Well, as you know, here today, a lot of independent advisors, such as many of you with us at the conference as well. In addition to that are consortia, tourism boards, travel suppliers from all sectors of travel, travel management companies, primarily focused in the corporate realm, corporate travel agencies, consumers, and then generically leisure travel advisors also. So let's talk a little bit about host versus consortia. You may know that a host agency really is there to provide ICs, independent advisors, with the infrastructure that they need or you need to own and operate your own business from the agency perspective. A consortia, on the other hand, is really more of a collective of host agencies and travel agencies and advisors that join forces, if you will, to combine and increase the agency's footprint around the world. And this slide is showing you some examples of some of the hosts and consortia that we work with. We're continually changing and adding to the list all the time, but this gives you a sense of who some of the hosts and consortia we are talking about. Now, what do we mean when we say advocacy? Well, we're the National Trade Association that represents the agency community, as I said a moment ago, and we're really focused in advocacy in 4 different areas. The first is really from a customer service perspective, and I'm thinking if you think about a lot of the work that we do on Capitol Hill here in Washington, D.C., where I am based, we spend a lot of time with direct lobbying, grassroots campaigns, and political engagement, working with members of Congress on issues and regulations and even potential new laws and rules that may have a direct impact on the travel agency community in particular, and doing our best to influence the outcome of those rules and regulations to ensure that they best match what the travel agency community needs. Many of you are very familiar with a lot of the work that we've done over time, especially the last 2 years during the course of the pandemic, to provide new relief for many of our agency members. In addition to that, we have a whole slew of travel suppliers, air, hotel, cruise, rail, insurance, et cetera, that I focus on. If we can go back 1 slide, that would be good. If you can help me with that, thank you. Travel suppliers is something that I focus on in terms of advocating for you in terms of air suppliers, airlines, car rental companies, hoteliers, cruise lines, rail companies, insurance companies, technology players, also something that I, in my industry affairs role, spend time on working with, for example, GDSs, global distribution systems, and other aggregators. And then lastly, we focus on the consumer focus, helping grow and expand the knowledge that consumers have in terms of the value of travel advisors and why they should use you and other members of the ASTA organization when booking their trips. So you'll recall we have asta.org website, travelsense.org, which puts consumers directly in touch with the advisor community. And then we do a whole slew of consumer research that supports all of our focus on advocacy. So now let me jump ahead to a few highlights for what we've done in our 2020 and 2021 efforts. I have a few statistics here to talk to you about that I think you may find pretty impressive. We have done a lot, as I mentioned, in terms of advocacy over the last 2 years, with 450 plus congressional meetings, congressional calls, and Zoom meetings with congressional representatives on many of the issues that warrant focus, so as to ensure that the results of congressional actions are in favor of the agency community. In addition, 29 separate federal and state campaigns. You may have seen those through messaging that we sent to you asking for your participation. As a result of that, we've had over 30,000 participants in some of those grassroots campaigns and messaging, with 120,000 advocacy messages sent. That is phenomenal, and much of that is thanks to you and your cohorts in the advisor community who have helped us in that regard. Your voice matters tremendously to members of Congress in terms of what you need and what you need to make your business successful, especially in these hard times. In addition to that, over 6,000 letters to the editor in various sources of media, espousing the needs from an agency perspective. And then lastly, I think you'll be pleased to know almost $700,000 was raised for the ASTA Advocacy Action Fund and ASTA PAC, our political action committee, in the year 2021 alone. That is tremendous, and much of that is from your support, which we greatly appreciate. And that money, of course, is used to help in terms of the push and work and discussions and conversations we have with members of Congress and their staff to get in front of them and make sure that they are listening and adjusting their thought process to take into account the agency community. Now, there's some more specific highlights in terms of where we pushed the U.S. government in a combination of 2020 and 2021. Many of you may have heard of the CARES Act, which is something that went through in March of 2020. It was contained in that was the what you may have heard referred to as the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program, economic injury disaster loans, unemployment insurance benefits that included ICs, very important, independent contractors, 1099s, and then Treasury and Main Street lending programs, loans as well. At the end of 2020, in December, we had successfui achieved a second draw for the payroll protection program, work on employee retention tax credit, UI benefits, unemployment benefits, including ICs through March of this year, of 2021. And then in March of 2021, the American Rescue Plan went into effect, where we pushed for the economic injury disaster, where we pushed for the ERTC extension through the end of the year, which is still pending, unemployment benefits through Labor Day, and then separately state and local dollars for travel and hospitality. So a lot of success in a combination of 2020 and 2021, but much work still remains. So next, I wanted to share with you what I think is some interesting factoids that, to me, they are extraordinarily interesting in terms of impact from the pandemic, specific to the travel and hospitality industries. And it's kind of a sobering slide, and I'm going to explain it to you just a little bit so you get a sense of how we, the travel agency community, kind of relate to other components of hospitality as well. So travel agencies, as you know, are the sector of travel and hospitality that were hit hardest by COVID-19. And of course, we believe, and I know you do too, that you have not received yet enough meaningful dedicated funding from Congress, hence we continue to push. So to put it all in perspective, if you look at the bottom of the screen where it says travel agencies, 0.02 billion, that's the number of, that's the impact from, in terms of the relief that agencies have been provided to date. Not a high number. If you look underneath that, where it says 2020 revenue loss, 82%, high number, comparable to what the bus industry, a little bit less than maybe live events, et cetera. But if the numbers, for example, under buses that says 2 billion, that's the amount of relief that's been received to date for those other sectors. 2 billion for buses, 16 billion for live events, 28.6 billion for restaurants, and 75 billion for airlines. So when you look at the revenue loss for travel agencies, 82%. And then you look at the relief that's been provided to agencies to date at 0.02 billion, comparing that to other amounts of relief for the other sectors of travel and hospitality. We have a long way to go to equal what those sectors have been provided. So additional relief is so much needed for the agency community. And let me tell you a little bit about some of our ongoing priorities that I think will give you a sense of what it means from an advocacy perspective in terms of what we're working on. So what are these ongoing priorities that I mentioned that are above and beyond what we've already achieved? We're looking to restore or extend the employee retention tax credit, the ERTC, which is still pending, and we're hoping that instead of it expiring at the end of third quarter last year, that it will be extended to continue into 2022. We've successfully achieved 40 co-sponsors in Congress in the House to support this initiative. It still is playing out, and we're hopeful that that will indeed come through very shortly. The SAVE Act, you may have heard of as well, which expands eligibility for shuttered venue operation grant programs, would expand that to the travel agency community as well. Very important, so that when a venue shuts down, they may be offered grants. If that happens, travel agencies would be included in that as well. We have achieved acquiring 35 co-sponsors for that effort in the House. Tremendous effort as well. Still continue to push, and ideally that will come through. We are hopeful in the coming days and months, including travel agencies and other businesses in the future. In any other future relief legislation is so important. It doesn't matter how broad or targeted it is for other industries, but it needs to be certainly there for the travel agency community in particular, something we push very hard for. Restoring the CDC's inbound testing to 72 hours and adding exemptions for fully vaccinated U.S. travelers. We want it to become simpler and easier for testing for those entering the United States. And we believe that fully vaccinated people ought to be allowed exemptions to automatically enter the country without hesitation. And then lastly, of course, the safe resumption of cruising, something that continues to ebb and flow, no pun intended, as we proceed. But as you know, the cruise lines have made tremendous progress in terms of their focus on safety and protocols on board cruise ships, and we are very supportive of their the continued safe resumption of cruising. And then there's more. There's many other important features as well. Monitoring the cruise restart, as I just mentioned, looking at the U.S. Department of Transportation Consumer Protection activity. And by that I mean as the DOT, look at the likes of bag fees or refunds. What's the timing of when all that should be happening? And we are in front of the DOT continuously providing input in terms of what the agency community needs to make it fair, as well as what the consumer needs, the traveling public needs to make it fair as well. Pushing back on unfavorable independent contractor legislation, both at the federal level and the state level. And then, of course, we look at continuously state tax issues, for example, state taxes that could impact agency community from a sales and hotel tax perspective. Next, what I'd like to do, though, is kind of expand on this a little bit more and tell you how we, ASTA, do not look at this alone. We've made a great effort over the last number of months to speak as one voice with many of our fellow agency travel associations around the globe, speaking with one voice, not only ASTA, but ABTA, which is the UK Association of British Travel Agents, with ACTA, the Association of Canadian Travel Agencies, with an organization called CHTA, or the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, and then with ECTA, the European Travel Agents and Tour Operators Association, speaking with one voice and looking to align and synchronize one response to governments, not only here in the US, but around the globe, looking as we push to expeditiously develop clear vaccine and testing standards that apply globally, not confusing as they so much are today, as we push to loosen and entry restrictions for fully vaccinated travelers, both to come into the United States and to travel around the globe, and to provide economic relief for travel agencies as well, which is an issue, as you know, a very large issue here in the United States, and it is a very large issue globally as well. So speaking as one voice within the global community as travel advisors is key and important to us as well. Now, next, what I'd like to do is tell you how you can help. And there are numerous ways. Firstly, if you're not a member of ASTA, please join today. You can join at asta.org/join. Some of you may know Pam Bonin on our team. Pam can assist you with joining ASTA if you're not already. You can engage with ASTA. You heard me mention earlier that we have a lot of activities underway from a grassroots perspective. We have a lot going on with legislators and on Capitol Hill. If you look at asta.org/advocacy, that will help you tremendously look at ways where you can engage with us. Of course, in June of 2022 here in Washington, D.C., we have our annual Legislative Day where we will fly in agencies and advisors from around the country to literally descend on Capitol Hill and focus on very specific regulations in play or needs in play that are impactful to the agency community where we need congressional support. And putting you in front of members of Congress, including their staff, is so important because you, from a grassroots perspective, are the people that they care most about. You are the voters. They listen to voters and having time, if you will, on stage with them in their offices or on phone during a legislative day is extremely important and a wonderful opportunity for you to help and engage in that way. You can also give to ASTAPAC, where we use those funds to continue to expand our focus on relevant players on Capitol Hill, asta.org/donate. And then lastly, volunteer. Please do staff calls with legislators on Capitol Hill. They love to hear from you. Staff calls meaning talking to members of their staff, if not the congressional people themselves. Testify at legislative hearings. We may come to you and ask for your help in terms of a resource to literally speak before House and Senate members of various committees. You might also look to host and a tour of your business to your local congressperson or senator. Have them come in and meet with you and talk to you directly. They very much love to engage and talk more with their constituents. Extremely important to them and of course to you. So I hope that gives you a good sense of where we are from an advocacy perspective. But what I'd like to do now is to turn and talk a little bit about the ASTA education and trends and topics that are occurring in our education effort, which many of you may know is pretty extensive. So I'll talk about what I see as the trends and topics that matter from an education perspective and close out my discussion with you today on that. So we have 5 different educational components, and you see them listed here. First, I would like to tell you we've got over 11,000 training accounts all over the globe. Many advisors and others take advantage of our great educational offerings. And our education takes place really in multiple ways. The first, as you see, is by the events that we held. We have, as you know, we have many travel industry events. We have events at our premium member level, our chapter level, destination-specific events, etc. And as a few examples, our global convention, ASTA Global Convention for 2021 took place in Chicago just a few months ago. Very successful, where we had well over 1,000, 1,200 plus people attend. A wonderful event with great keynote speakers, sessions on the main stage, but also a large variety of educational sessions and topics that were designed specifically for you. And were great, as well as some fun and networking style opportunities as well. So as I mentioned at our global convention, we have general sessions with industry thought leaders. We have people in the travel media that really have such great inside knowledge and can be so helpful with the detail and data that is so relevant to you, even projections in terms of where the world may be headed from a travel perspective. And this year, or I should say 2021, we had a whole slew of inspirational stories where we had people like you on stage talking about how they survived, how they reacted to the pandemic, how they moved their business forward in a variety of ways, the ups and downs of that, the good and the bad. So things like that are extraordinarily important, we feel, to you. And again, as I mentioned, the opportunity to network at our events with your fellow advisors and agencies is tremendous, as well as with travel suppliers that also attend. Excuse me. We have a whole series of webcasts that provides ASTA partner training, various webinars that take place throughout the course of a year. We have ASTA membership training for those of you that are new to ASTA, where you can learn what it means to be an ASTA member and what are some of the advantages that you get, what are the things you can take advantage of by being a member. And then newly, and very importantly, we have, from a social media perspective, we have a lot of Facebook Live events that you can take advantage of as well as ASTA members. And then lastly, we have specific coursework that we do, a la carte offerings for people that are new to the industry. I'm going to talk a little bit in a moment about a particular course for people that are relatively new to the industry, some of the foundational courses that make up that program. And then lastly, I'm going to talk to you in a minute about our certification program, our Verified Travel Advisor program, and what that is about and what it can mean to you. So with that, let me talk a little bit about the roadmap to becoming a travel advisor. It's meant to be and is offered as an online self-paced course, and it's also that you can take yourselves independently with ASTA. It's also being instructed. It's instructor-led through several community colleges. One in particular has been in Raleigh, North Carolina. We're in discussions with other colleges and community colleges around the country at the university level for them to add our roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course to their curriculum. It's extensive in terms of its curriculum and coursework. This slide gives you some examples in terms of what the course is made up of. There's a lot. How you achieve income, how you make money, likes of travel insurance, the ins and outs of working with clients, understanding air, understanding accommodations, hotels, resorts, all-inclusives, how you might look at creating your own niche. What is it that you want your special to be, and how would you make that happen? Much offered here in a 240 plus page course, 5 videos, an exam, and then a certificate of completion for those that complete the course. And again, this is really meant for those that are new to the travel industry, perhaps not either overly experienced as travel advisors, but wanting to gain in that experience. And it's also a great refresher for those that already are to serve sort of as a refresher or reminder in terms of what the various components are of what it takes to become a travel advisor. So now what I'd like to do is talk about our ASTA's Verified Travel Advisor certification program. You may have heard it referred to as VTA. It's really designed to enhance your skills with unmatched training. It visibly enforces your value to consumers and the industry by giving you this VTA certification to put next to your name. Let me talk to you a little bit about what the VTA program is made up of. It's really 3 different points or areas of focus. There's a curriculum itself with 9 courses, 9 core courses that are required to take to become VTA certified. It has a business focus curriculum. It's standard, meaning all advisors must take the same core 9 courses. It consists of a combination of study, view, and test. And by that, I mean you are tested on each subject matter. ASTA creates, reviews, and approves each program requirement through the study program, view by various handbooks that we provide for each course that also include video, and a test. And by the way, you can take the test and pass. Take the test repeatedly if you need to in order to test it, so you don't. You have the opportunity to ensure that you are truly learning by being tested versus simply passing or failing. And then what we call, as the last component, continued learning. So every 2 years from the time of your original enrollment, you have to recertify, which requires you to complete 2 additional courses at that time. So what are the 9 core courses? Well, they are, as you can see on the screen, range from everything from advanced public speaking to ethics for travel advisors, so key and important to both becoming an ASTA member as well as to your business, how to market yourself and promote your value to your travelers, your consumers. What are some real world sales tactics that you can learn and take advantage of? Something near and dear to my heart, U.S. travel agency regulatory compliance. What are the rules that the government has in place today that you need to know about in order to be compliant with those rules? And there's about 13 different chapters within that particular course that range from everything from hazardous materials to what it means to travel to Cuba and so much more. Agency relationships and the law. What do you need to know from a legal perspective? Legal view for the travel agency industry, project management and planning, and then the art and science of negotiation. So if you look at ASTA.org, our website, for the VTA program, asta.org/VTA, you will see a great deal of descriptive material on each of these courses, how to sign up, how to take advantage of the program. And the courses, of course, were developed by ASTA in-house experts, such as myself and others, as well as outside business and industry professionals to make sure that it is key and valuable for your use. Now, you heard me mention recertification, which has to happen every 2 years. It's 2 years from the start of your original program enrollment. 2 courses have to be completed, and examples of our continuing education courses in place today. And by the way, we are continuously adding courses to this continuing ed list. But you can see here some are artificial intelligence, bankruptcy basics, not only in terms of what it means if one of your suppliers is going bankrupt, but what do you need to know about bankruptcy in general, finance and accounting for agencies, geocultural guide for advisors, media training, how to get and stay on TV, professional fees, strategies and solutions, and top-notch customer service. So as I said, we are continuously adding to this curriculum for continuing ed, so that you'll always have more and more opportunity for additional continuing ed coursework over time. So I want to say we're so pleased with our recent VTA, Verified Travel Advisor graduates. We have many. I'm not going to call them out by name, but here's a few just to show you. These are real VTA grads that recently completed the program. Congratulations to all of them and more. This number grows and expands literally every day. It's a wonderful program that many are taking advantage of. Again, take a look at asta.org for more detail on the program. We think you'll find it of great value. So I want to say not only thank you to our recent grads, but I want to say thank you for all of you listening to me today. Thank you to HAR, Host Agency Reviews, for the opportunity to give you this overview and update. And I hope that the rest of your event goes extremely well. Thank you for supporting ASTA. We can't tell you how much we appreciate that. And good luck. And we will see and talk to you soon. Take care. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you so much, Mark. All I can say is, wow, I don't know about any of you, but I cannot get that slide out of my head where it compares the amount of funding other hard-hit industries received, comparing that with what travel agencies received. What was it, like 0.2 billion was allocated for travel agencies, despite our sales being down 82%. That's insane. So keep fighting for us, Mark. Thank you so much. And I know funds are tight for all of us right now, but if you aren't an ASTA member and want to make a great investment, the IC rate to join ASTA, I think it rings in around like $18 a month. So even though it's not tons of money technically, I know that as an entrepreneur, you really have to watch the bottom line. So if that's too steep at this point in time, one thing you could consider is sharing a membership with another advisor. Of course, this would mean you both can't show up for things, but if you wanted to support your national trade organization but don't have the funds right now to do it, when the economy picks up and you see all ASTA has to offer, you can grab your own membership. So hope that's okay, ASTA. But let's move on to our next section where we'll talk about Anita Pagliuso, or we'll talk with Anita Pagliuso, who's the president of the Professional Association of Travel Hosts. And again, it's not an advisor-facing association, but it has important ramifications for the independent contractor community. So I think it's important for ICs to kind of be aware of it. So ready? Here we go. Well, hello, everybody. So we just finished hearing from ASTA during our last segment, and we wanted to make sure to also spend some time recognizing another important association, and that is PATH, which stands for the Professional Association of Travel Hosts. And it is my pleasure to introduce the president of PATH, Anita Pagliuso. Hello, Anita.
Hi, how are you? You look great.
Thanks. I'm doing well. I'm going to everybody that we might have Orion the dog might somehow pop in during this conversation. He's kind of moving about again, so we poked the dragon. So Anita, like PATH has been around for a long time, and I'm going to put a link in the comments to last year's presentation where we talked about PATH, because that'll go a little bit more in depth if people want to know more. But talk to me about why PATH is so important to have in the host agency community and the role that it kind of plays.
Well, it's interesting. I kind of went back through my notes because a lot of people know that I'm a email hoarder, and somehow I kind of went back and I found some original announcements of when PATH was formed, which was 2006.
That is really
a while ago.
That's email hoarding for sure,
Yeah,
Anita.
that was the press release in 2006 that this association was being formed. And the name just kind of evolved to the Professional Association of Travel Hosts, which is an association that really wanted to be unique from other associations and also collaborate with the industry as a whole. But it kind of set the standards for what a qualified, really good host is, because we did set some guidelines and codes of ethics and background checks, et cetera, to make sure that all the members had a set of what we believe a real host agency should have when they're supporting independent contractors, advisors in our industry, and they can feel like it's a, I don't know, safe haven to go to. It's almost like the Good Housekeeping seal of approval, because they have been thoroughly checked with background, credit checks, et cetera, et cetera.
What are the requirements to join if a host agency was looking to join PATH, or if someone watching this wants to tell their host agency about PATH?
Right, exactly. Steph, I looked at it because and realizing that we have about 20 points of criteria, requirements. So it's one of our newer board members, Jen Cochran from Gifted, says, "Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe when we joined, it was quite extensive." And so this is what we really wanted to do, the vetting. But just to cover it really quickly, is they have to be accredited by ARC, IATA, or CLIA is one of them. Minimum of 50 independent contractors under a written contract, because that's so important that independent contractors have a good contract. And a lot of people that are getting into this arena don't understand the importance of all of these different things, so that to protect themselves. And minimum of 75% of the host agency's independent contractor must sell and transact travel and not refer customers to a host. So then we're kind of getting back into the MLM. So it's 75% of them are actually truly selling travel. And they have to have at least 3 years in a business entity as a host agency. And the primary income is the sale of business. Must not market their services or emphasis on travel agent discounts or benefits.
Yep.
Does not recruit as part of a agent program or ID program. and the only accredited ID they should have is either IATIN or CLIA, and carries at least minimum $1 million E&O insurance, again, the written contract, and is committed to paying commissions. We'll get into a little bit of the code of ethics and things like that later on, but they're legally licensed and bonded where they need to be in every state and county and jurisdiction, and they have to certify that there's no pending lawsuits or any type of claims such as that. And there's other things, but it goes to a review by the board of directors for approval. So those are just some of the steps that
yeah. Let's we'll put a link in the comments that will link to the requirements on your website so people can see it in full and have that resource.
Great.
Let's see. So let's talk about what Path's goals are for 22 as we're just starting this out. Like, what are 2 or 3 main goals that you're looking to do as the board?
Well, one of them is being here. I mean, I'm really excited and very happy that you invited me to come on and kind of tell more about Path and what it is. And so that ends up being visibility. So again, you mentioned that a lot of the independent contractors may not know about it. And there's a lot of agencies out there that are kind of, again, looking at their business model and may want to become a host agency, have these goals to meet. And then, having the 50 agents, the 3 years and all the different criteria and become part of Path, because I think that anybody that does qualify and joins has really found the true value in that. So visibility is one. And then to help. I think one of our goals is we're going to look at this. I always say I like to look at everything with rose-colored glasses because I'm looking at more positive aspect of where we're going to go in 2022 after, we've had a little bit of a bumpy road. So
what do you mean?
Up and down. But we feel that we need to offer more guidance through the host agencies, the independent contractors on how to handle the growth, and what they're actually doing right now. So it's those types of aspects, and not only the agents, but the suppliers as well, because we have a close bond with a lot of the supplier executives. And so that brings into our Path Symposium that we hold once a year. And we hold I think that would be our third, because that's such an important event. And that symposium is something that we co-align with ASTA's AGC, and this year is going to be in San Francisco. I'm in San Jose, so I don't
nice drive.
Anywhere. I could even Uber it over there.
Yeah,
so
you can take the BART up, Anita.
Yeah, I know. So that's August. We're going to have our symposium. I think we're going on our 14th year symposium, and every year they get bigger and better, and it's a collaboration. We usually have a half day with just the host prior. We discuss all of our common interests and challenges, etc., and things that we might want to bring to the full symposium, where we actually bring in our supplier partners, which are typically executives from the cruise lines, the tour operators, and we support ASTA, so we have ASTA that will address any type of issues or anything that's important legally or whatever's going on their end and their advocacy in helping us. So the symposium is always it is our big event, and so that would be our third goal, to get that out there.
Yeah, well, talking about a host member belonging to Path, if a travel advisor is having issues with a member of Path, like them not paying commissions or maybe doing something else that the agent's not happy about, what kind of action can Path take, or what should the agent do to try to rectify the situation?
Yeah, thank goodness. I mean, and maybe it's because of our vetting policy that we have in the host agency. It's been years since we've had a complaint. But when we did have a complaint that possibly a host agency didn't pay commissions, that would be a common complaint, something like that. We request that it be submitted to the board in a written request. And then obviously we would take it to the host agency member to let them have their say in it and and then try to either rectify it or be a mediator. And then it, based on whatever the decision is, I mean, we would take action.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that, this isn't something, because we work with a lot of hosts that may or may not belong to Path. So a really wide swath of hosts. And it's important to note that not paying commissions, it does happen, but it's, we maybe deal with it once a year, if that. So it's not a normal thing. And usually those hosts are very small hosts that don't have a lot of ICs underneath them. So it's not something that a lot of ICs will ever run across, thank goodness, during their careers.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I have one last question, and that's, Path does monthly calls or quarterly calls, is that right?
Yes, we do for the host members, and we just had a board meeting a few days ago. In fact, we're still discussing it, but we're going to be changing it a little bit this year. We did have monthly calls with our members, but what we're going to do now is we're going to rotate it, and we're going to have the board member will have a meeting 1 month, and then the host agencies will meet after that, because then the board can discuss anything that is going on. And then at that particular point, the host will be able to kind of bring up anything, because the following meeting will be the host and the supplier that are invited, that have participated in our symposium and want to carry on the conversations, because we're finding that the symposium is kind of an ongoing annual type of a working event, because we bring up challenges. And so we don't want to leave the symposium and leave a lot of things unsaid. So we're going to bring them in, probably look like about once a quarter. And then again, the symposium will have the biggest collaboration.
Yeah, well, talk to me, since you just had your call. What's the feel of Path members about the future of host agencies and the role that host agencies are going to play as we're rebounding from this wonderful last 2 years we've all been through?
Yeah, what we're actually seeing is, because of the wonderful last couple of years that we had, there has been some consolidation. Myself, and others that are deciding that let's strengthen our forces. And so we feel that even more than ever, a host agency is going to be needed, regardless of what the advisor size is. A host agency is the best result, because a lot of the things, the problems, the bumps in the roads that they've hit because of the size of a host agency, what I want to say is they have a little bit more clout and can really help them through any types of situations. And hopefully we won't have to ever go through something like this again, but there's always going to be some type of issues where you have that support of a host agency, or how to handle it. Because we're seeing that a lot too, Steph, is that there are some smaller agencies that are aligning with the larger hosts.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing that. If anybody that's on would like to know information, whether you're a host agency or an independent contractor, if you'd like to know more information about Path, you can go to path, 4, hosts.com, and we'll put the link as well in the comments. But you can check it out there, contact them with any questions, whether you're an IC or a host agency. And Anita, thank you so much for joining us. By the way, I heard you said you're getting a new website soon.
The website is actually, I think it's done.
Oh, well, very exciting.
I think we've made all the changes. It's still the same website, but we've updated it a bit. And so,
well, people should go check it out then. I'm going to go check it out after this.
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us again, Anita. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It was great. Thank you very much, Steph.
All right.
All right. Take care.
That was fantastic. Thanks again to Anita for coming on. If you have just landed in our stream, let me orient you a little bit. So you are lucky, because you have joined a week-long party where we celebrate hosted advisors in the industry that supports them. So this section is called the Get to Know a Host section, and this is where April grills. I mean, she is just a tough woman. She grills our host agency friends about questions about their program and what makes them unique. So they'll also, if you've been following the Host Week specials, there's a page where we have about 40 exclusive specials for you, our attendees. They'll also talk about any specials that they're offering you. So We'll throw the link to that in the comments. And I am so happy you are here to learn more about different host agencies. And I don't want to delay you any longer. Just a reminder, though, that the event is pre-recorded so that the HAR team, as well as the host agency reps, will be in the comments to help you out during the stream. So there might even be some of the agents from their network that can share some of their experience. So this is all to say that you could be seeing someone on the screen at the exact same time that you're talking with them in the comments. It's just like crazy. So if you belong to the host agency, though, and are in the comments and you want to share your experience with them, we'd love to hear about it, okay? So who's on the docket today for interviews? We have Kat Friedman with one of the founders of Habitats by Cat. They are based straight out of NYC. And next up is we have some Virtuoso host agency travel experts, and they have a few ladies from their team joining us. And then from there, we have Bill Coyle, the VP of Agent Engagement at KHM Travel Group, which is a member of the Travel Leaders Network. And then we're going to hear from the CEO of Lavarte Travel, Lori Spears, out of Texas. And then we're going to wrap up the segment with Connie Miller, the VP of Business Development, representing Montecito Village Travel, a Virtuoso host as well. So let's get this show on the road. And with that, I'm going to toss it over to you, April.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back for Host Week. April from HAR here. I'm sitting with the ladies from Habitats by Cat. Ladies, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yes, so my name is Kat Friedman. I worked in the hotel business for 10 years and then started Habitats by Cat. So I am the founder and I'm based in New York City.
And I'm Sam Heyer. I'm co-founder of Habitats by Cat. I'm based in Denver, Colorado. And then just one quick fun fact about Kat and I, we're not only business partners, but we're also twin sisters.
Wow, I love the fun fact. So we have lots of questions. We have a fun question and of course our Host Week special, which we'll get to. So let's get right to it, ladies. I would love to know what Habitats by Cat has been up to this past year.
So this past year, we've been really focusing on building community. We really focus on having a very entrepreneurial focus in our community. So not only providing tools and resources and business coaching that's specific to travel, but really inclusive with being someone who's self-employed. So from our one-on-one business coaching to our business planning that we do one-on-one with our consultants, we're really looking to have that collaboration in our community, or maybe better yet, Habitat, so that everyone can learn from each other, but also have the one-on-one attention that we feel like every entrepreneur needs to really feel successful. So between my experience in the hotel world, but business development, and then my sisters in PR and communications, our business coaching is really complements quite well to really support our travel consultants.
I love that. First off, it's so well-rounded with both of your experiences. And I love the fact that you were saying one-on-one. So people really get the chance to talk to you as an owner, as an experienced business person, and really get the coaching and training that they need. So that's amazing. That's a great feature. So let's talk about what makes Habitats by Cat unique.
Yeah, so I think we're unique because we have a really huge focus on digital marketing, social media, and content strategy, but also providing our consultants custom websites. We have a really well-designed website program where Sam has a mentor session with every consultant one-on-one, and we help every consultant build out a brand strategy with pillars, making sure that their website's custom to them, has their brand voice, but then is set up for success moving forward so that they feel prepared to have a cadence with blog posts, social media, Instagram, Facebook, you name it. And I think that high touch component of having their brand really well organized, laid out by a professional website team that we've been so fortunate to partner with, really is unique to us. The second thing I would say is back to our focus on entrepreneurs. A lot of our consultants are self-employed and they're adding travel to their revenue stream. So they could be a real estate agent, a content creator, a travel blogger. So regardless of where everyone's coming from, we all have something in common, which is being an entrepreneur or having a goal to be a business owner someday. And Sam and I really focus on giving advice that's related to your tax. How can you open an LLC? How can you be an expert in Google ads, Facebook ads, SEO optimization? So I think we're really well-rounded in that way. We're not just laser focused on travel. We see the big picture.
So my inner marketer, because I'm in marketing, got super excited with just like those little keywords of SEO, social media, the website platform, like all of that. I mean, because I think it's nice that you're providing all of this for them, because first off, it's super important and most people don't want to really think about that or know about that. So the fact that you offer this and really strategize to make sure it's part of their strategy, I think is fantastic. And to me is like invaluable. I love that aspect of everything that you were talking about. That's great. So let's talk about the travel advisor. I'd love to hear 3 keywords that you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor for Habitats by Cat.
So I would say our ideal advisor is entrepreneurial. They have that fire inside of them, whether they're going to start this journey as a side hustle, they've dreamed of being their own CEO someday. They are content creators at heart. We're big believers that regardless of what business you're in, everyone who's starting out a business or someone who's self-employed, you're your own media company. And you have to learn how to create a cadence, a schedule, and a plan, daily activities, weekly activities, whatever you can commit to. That's what it takes to be successful in starting a new venture. So they certainly are a content creator at heart. And then I think the third component would be they want a sense of community. They want to surround themselves with alike people who they can relate to, collaborate with, learn from, so that they generate their own ideas and new things they can do to grow.
Those are great. I mean, I love the content creator. Again, the inner marketer was like screaming inside of me. But again, coming back to like the community, I mean, it's so important to be able to have people around you that you can go to if you have questions or want to bounce ideas off of people. So that sounds like a wonderful place to work and great 3 words for advisors coming in. So it's 2022. So I'd love to hear what Habitats by Cat has planned for the year.
Yeah, so going off of what Kat said, we sort of ramped up to do over the past years. We're really hoping to create more of a habitat and do more with our community and provide an extra level of sort of attention and education. So in addition to the one-on-one mentoring that we've done during the onboarding process, we're taking it a step further, and we're going to be offering monthly happy hours on Zoom so that everyone can get together, get to know each other, sort of talk about learning, share information. Some of those calls we will bring in our suppliers or other industry professionals to speak and share more of their expertise. And that will, again, provide more networking opportunities for our advisors and consultants. And then Kat and I are also going to host quarterly webinars or educational sessions that will be recorded, but also we're hoping that the consultants will join live and sort of participate and ask questions. But we're going to take that beyond travel education and do entrepreneurial education. So whether it's on mindset or how to time block your day, we're going to think of things that are key for any entrepreneur and also take, topics that the consultants would like to hear about and weave that into 4 larger sessions throughout the year.
That's great. I love that you're going to be involving suppliers and having that connection with them. And also that it's not just specifically about travel, it's about all of it and being an entrepreneur and what that entails. So being able to incorporate that, I think, is a wonderful plan for the year. Amazing. So it's host week and we have lots of travel advisors watching. So let's focus in on the new advisor. I'd love a tip that you would give a new travel advisor.
Yeah. So one thing that I always tell anyone who we onboard during my onboarding session with them, which is when we dig into their business, their brand, how they want to market themselves. A lot of people are a little unsure normally, especially if they're starting something that didn't already exist, or even if they have experience in travel, maybe they've never monetized it. And a lot of them hesitate a little bit and want to make sure they have everything perfect, whether it's their brand name, their logo, their social media channels. And I just always encourage them that, pick 2 things that you have to do in order to start, and just do those things and start. Because if you don't start, there'll always be hundreds of things that you want to do or wish you could do that will hold you back. And most people, once they start, you can refine and change and grow over time, and it's not going to affect the business side of things. So I always just encourage them to just do it, whether that's putting out your first social media post, your first blog post, sending out a newsletter to tell everyone you started this business, whatever it is that you want to do to start, just do it.
Yeah, no, great. I mean, taking those first steps are so important, and you're never going to do it until you do it. So I love that. Just jumping in there and doing it. That's great. So it's host week, and during host week, we always like to ask a fun question. So I would love to know, if Habitats by Kat had a themed party, what would that theme be and why?
So I think, and Kat, jump in too, because I'm speaking for myself a little bit, but I think we could both agree that Habitats by Kat really stands for community, and we want everyone who joins us to feel like they're creating their own habitat and their own brand and their own vision. And they just get to use our resources and sort of secret toolbox behind the scenes. And so I feel like the theme of the party would be whatever you make it, whatever you envision your best vacation, whatever you envision your, best business success, or whatever your dream is. That's what I would envision the theme to be.
I couldn't agree more. The theme of our party would have no dress code. I think that's the best way to put this. If someone wants to come in their pajamas, go for it. If someone wants to come in a dress and high heels because that's their vibe, their brand, then amazing. We want to help people build a business, build an online brand, and it's all around them and what they want. They're really our best asset. And so we don't have boundaries. It's all about our consultants. And so our habitat is their habitat.
First off, I love the play on habitat, by the way. Like I've been trying to figure out a way to get it into my question, but I haven't been successful. But the party, it's just relax. I picture it, and I'm not even gonna lie, it actually kind of took me back to high school, just going out with your friends and having a good time, just being relaxed and coming as you are and not having to worry. So I love this party. Please invite me. But it sounds like a lot of fun, and then it's just a relaxed atmosphere where people get to just be themselves. So that sounds great. Going along with host week, we hear you have a host week special that we'd love to learn more about.
Yeah, so we have 3 core packages which really give our consultants a business suite to start an online travel company. And so we will be offering a 25% discount to our onboarding fees. So you'll see there's 3 packages, 25% applied to the onboarding fee. So it's a really great savings. And we have a discount code #HAR2022. So you can put that in the title of a consultation through our website if you'd like to take advantage of it.
Oh, that's so generous, and truly appreciate it. So we'll put in the comments a link to the special. Ladies, thank you so much for being here. Truly appreciate your time, and looking forward to chatting more soon, and onward with host week.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Fantastical. So thank you so much, Kat, for sharing more about your host agency. And a special thanks for the generous special for 25% off the onboarding fee for Host Week attendees. So next up, we have travel experts waiting in the wings with April. Let's turn things over to them and find out what's new and going on over at Travel Experts.
Hello, Host Week participants. April from Host Agency Reviews here. I'm sitting down with travel experts and we're going to learn more about them. Ladies, why don't you introduce yourselves?
My name is Heather McIntyre, and I am the Manager of Technology and Finance, and I have been with Travel Experts for about 22 years.
And I am Claire Kennedy, and I'm the Manager of North Carolina Operations, the main head office here, and I have been with Travel Experts for just over 20 years.
I love it. Welcome, ladies. Thank you for being at Host Week with us. So we have some questions, so let's jump right into it. So first question. We'd love to learn what's new in this past year for you.
So this year has been surprisingly good for us in bringing on new advisors. We've had more than 60 people join us during the past year. What we hear a lot when people come to Travel Experts is that it's really difficult to change agencies because you're always leaving business behind. And unfortunately, with COVID, a lot of bookings were canceled. So that made it kind of an easier launch pad for people wanted to change agencies to be able to move because they weren't possibly leaving behind commissions or bookings that they wanted to keep up with. We've also been staffing up to keep up with all of the advisors we've got. We've added 5 new employees in the past year. And well, we had it's not an annual meeting, but we have maybe we were trying for every 18 months or so to have meetings with our advisors. And our 2020 meeting obviously was pushed, but we actually were able to have it in November of 2021. And we are already planning the next one. So we're hoping for spring of 2023 to get everybody back together again.
Oh, I love that. There's nothing like just everybody being together and participating as a team and getting to know each other on a face-to-face basis rather than, the constant Zooms that we've been doing.
And we were able to get more than 200 people. We had suppliers, guests, and advisors made it to Amsterdam and back, and nobody got COVID. So that was really a highlight of our year.
Right? That's awesome. Great. So learning a little bit more about your company, I'd love to hear what makes Travel Experts unique.
Well, we've always been a host agency. We aren't an agency that has staff agents and, some people that are working for the company, other people that are ICs. All of our agents have always been independent contractors. And I think our philosophy is just different. We see all of our agents as our customers. They don't work for us, really. We work for them. We provide all the back office services and sales support and all of that, but really they are all running their own companies, and we're giving them the tools to support that. We don't look at them as people that are contributing to us because they contribute to us, but as part of the whole. But because our commission model, they pay a flat fee to us and get 100% of their commissions. Wow. So they're free to do as much or as little as they want. And we're not getting a cut of that. So we're not putting pressure on them to sell specific suppliers or get their numbers up. I mean, they're running their businesses and we're supporting that.
I love that. And I love that. And I love that word support, that you're there supporting your advisors. I think that's a great word to be using, especially now. So I'd love to hear what 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
Okay, well, the 3 words we would use, the first and probably most important one would be experience. We really do only take on experienced advisors. They need to come to us with an existing book of business. We are not an agency that has a new to industry training. So that's number 1. Number 2 would be engaged, even more so obviously in the last year or so, but it is important to be engaged with us as a company, be engaged with Virtuoso, our consortia, be engaged with your clients, and stay informed on our industry. And the third one, professional. They are going to be out there representing us, Travel Experts, maybe on fam trips or at meetings. So obviously we want to always be presented in a professional manner.
No, absolutely. 3 great words. I love that. So happy New Year. We're in 2022. I'd love to hear how your company is preparing for the new year.
Well, really, we're just enhancing the programs we already have. Our model works. We can't give anybody more than 100% commission, even if we wanted to. So, those programs are all successful and staying the way that they are. We are seeing more outreach from suppliers. We have supplier webinars that we host for our advisors almost every day. And we have a supplier concierge who earlier this week set up, 5 or 6 more just in the next couple of weeks. So we're really starting to see those communications building again after kind of quite a lull, especially during the holidays. Nobody's doing webinars during the holidays. Yeah, and we have an internal website that we really launched, a year ago, that we're still just adding more things to. And like I said before, we're planning the summit for our next summit for 2023. So really looking to build back up to being able to all be together again.
I love that. It sounds like you have a great 2022 and 2023 coming up. So that's exciting. Very exciting to hear. So I know we have a great mix of new and experienced advisors watching Host Week this week, but let's talk a little bit about the new advisor. What would be one tip that you would give them as a new advisor?
I think more important than ever is to be informed, be current on industry news, know what is going on. You've got to be able to communicate well with your clients. You've got to be really one step ahead of them. The worst thing is for your client to say, hey, I just found out my cruise got canceled. What are we doing? You don't want to be in that position. So just really staying upfront with all the industry news, all of the changes, and communicating regularly and with your clients and doing your research so that you do know what you are talking about and can talk in an informed manner, I think is key now more than ever. People are looking for somebody to help them, and this is the time for advisors to step up and be that person.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's great advice. Obviously, communication is so important, but I mean, with the age of everybody's Googling everything, asking Alexa questions, so being able to get that information before they actually do that, what great advice, priceless, really. So it's Host Week, and we at HAR love to throw a fun question in. So my question is going to be, if your agency had a company theme party, what would it be and why?
This is a fun question. So it kind of depends. If we were doing just a theme party maybe for our staff, many of our advisors, our independent contractors, look to our staff for so much help and guidance, particularly during these difficult times. So we're thinking maybe there we might be guardian angels for them, and that could be the theme. If we're doing a party maybe for everybody in our network, the staff and the independent contractors, we really think all advisors, particularly in the last couple of years, have been superheroes. So that would be the theme that we would go with there.
Oh my gosh, I love those. I love both of those. And it's funny because I completely got a visual of what that would look like. Those are great ones. Great, great, great. So with Host Week, we do have our Host Week specials. So I'd love to hear more about what you're offering.
So new advisors that are joining Travel Experts, there are no fees for joining us ever. So this isn't really a special, but we just want to make sure everybody knows that, because I know there are other places that have onboarding fees or whatever. We don't do that. We also typically waive fees for at least a month for people that are joining us while they're going through their transition. And we bring everybody to Raleigh for a couple of days of orientation. We have a full-time trainer on staff here, and they get to spend a couple of days with her going through, our procedures and our websites and the tools that we offer to everybody, so that they really have a good foundation going forward to build up their business through us.
That's great. And we'll be adding that link in the comments so everybody can click on through and check that out. Ladies, thank you so much. Honestly, what great information about Travel Experts. And it was a pleasure having you on. And we look forward to Host Week for the rest of the week and learning more. Thank you, ladies, for being here.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wonderful, ladies. I'm really thinking you should throw this superhero themed party, because it sounds like it would be a blast. So I'm curious with our audience here, who would you be at a superhero party? Because I feel like I know there would be a lot of Wonder Women and Supermans at this party because travel advisors that have made it through the past 22 months are superheroes, as they said. But I feel like it would be really great. I was thinking about it as they talked about it, and I think it would be really great to show up as Marvel's Squirrel Girl. That's what I would go dressed as, just FYI, in case anyone wanted to know. But I would come in with my like posse of squirrels that I could communicate, and it wouldn't be weird at all. People would be like, oh, it's Squirrel Girl. So share in the comments if you've got a superhero that you would show up. And I think that's a pretty wonderful vision, leaving you with Squirrel Girl. I'm going to leave you with that as we turn things over to April, who is ready in the wings, and she's going to tell us all about what's going on with KHM Travel Group. April, it's all yours.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Host Week. April from HAR here. I'm sitting down with Bill Coyle from KHM Travel Group. Hey, Bill, how are you?
Hey, April. Really good, thanks. How have you been?
Great, thank you. So excited to have you here during Host Week, and we'd love to talk all things KHM Travel Group. You ready?
Awesome. Yes, thanks so much for having us.
Oh, our pleasure. Here we go. So first question, we'd like to know what KHM Travel Group has been up to this past year.
Oh, it's been such a quiet year. We really haven't done anything.
Pretty much.
Yeah. You know, one of our most exciting things is that our KHM Today show, hosted by one of our fabulous people, Carolyn Orff, had its 52nd episode. So it started last January. Vicki Fried, I think, was one of our first guests. And we've just done that every single week for our agents. So KHM Today has been a great thing. It's not just for our agents. Ironically, we open it up to other agents as well. So, and that's on YouTube. So that's been a great success for us. And we're so happy about that. There's guest appearances on there. They do a lot of segments about current happenings and destinations, some product updates, cooking shows, drinking shows, all kinds of great things are going on there.
Ooh,
we were able to host our award celebration last February for our 2020 award winners from our agent program, and we did it virtually, but it was kind of exciting because we did it live. It was virtual. It was really exciting to engage them. We had video clips of our agents who won awards. So we had our first ever Hall of Fame award last year. So a lot of great things came out of the award show, and we're doing it again, of course, this year for the agents who were successful last year. And you know, it's the celebration of agents at any level. So we want to make sure and point that out. It's not just our top agents, right? So that's an exciting thing. And then one of the other things that we're very pleased with was we initiated FAM Forward. So the idea of hosting FAM trips, partnering with suppliers, hoteliers, cruise lines. We did over 15 FAM trips last year of at least 20 of our advisors, so 20 to 40. So it was just like that idea that said, okay, listen, gang, we got to get our agents back out there. What can we do? And the partnership was amazing with our suppliers, hoteliers, and cruise lines to get our agents back out there. So that was something that we were very proud of.
That's amazing.
I know. That was just an amazing feat, you know, because it was very engaging. It wasn't grueling FAMs. You know, we made sure it was educational, but we also gave them some free time. But it was really good for our new agents who hadn't been able to interact with us or other agents because we had, you know, put off our in-person training. So that really education process. So that really was well for us. And then one of my most proud things was we hosted KHM Together again in October last year. And it was such a great feeling. We started off Sunday night with an awesome DJ playing, and everyone was dancing and getting back together. They hadn't seen each other in so long. And then we went into another 2-day series, and we ended off some, you know, great motivational speakers, but we ended off at Top Golf. And I don't know if anyone's been to Top Golf. If you've ever done it, April, it's so much fun. Everyone's like, I don't know if I'm going to golf, but it was just hitting balls and just having some fun. We had food. It was a nice closure to a 3-day event. So that was really spectacular. And then one of the other things we're very proud of is we updated and upgraded our online learning management system with 3 new destinations. Destination 1 got rolled out last year to help those new agents understand the business, migrate into what's going to be the in-person training coming up, education process coming up in 2022.
Well, you were pretty busy.
Just a few things.
I love it. I love it. And you know what? I really loved one of the things that, I mean, there was so much, but one of the things that really stood out to me was the award ceremony. ceremony, and that you took that extra step just to show your advisors how much you truly appreciate them. And like you said, it wasn't just the top advisor, like the top 10. Like, I love that. I love to hear that you really care and think about your advisors to put on such a spectacular show. So that's
Yes.
so much fun. I love it.
Thank you so much for pointing it out. And the engagement during that, I want to say there was it was our highest level of engagement of any online process we had done. So it was so much fun just interacting with them from an online, platform.
Yeah, no, and I'm definitely gonna have to tune into KHM today too. As soon as I heard like cooking and drinking, I'm like, oh well, I'm there too.
It's so much fun. It's so lighthearted. The way Carolyn does it, it's just a nice opportunity for our entire team to engage with the agency, the advisor community, and of course, there's always some type of a cocktail that ends off or some type of a cooking class. So it's really cool. Chefs from different resorts and cruise lines are coming on to do their specialty and give the recipes for it. So it's been really cool. Everything from sandals to Iberostar properties to cruise lines. So it's really been fun.
Oh, so much fun. Well, I feel like the next question is almost like the first question, but I'd love to hear what makes you unique too.
Our president, Rick Zimmerman, started the agency 17 years ago, and core values are so important to us. And standing by those core values and incorporating them into our daily lives and work environment, our relationship with our advisors. So core values become very, very important to us. It's always people first. So as we live by those, as all of our team members live by those, we inflict that into our agent community. So that works out well. And then we were very, very honored to receive the Innovator Award from CLIA this past year. So that was just one of our, it made you feel like the things that you had done the previous year and that you continue to do are recognized. So that was so nice to receive the Innovator Award.
Well, congratulations on that. That's amazing.
Thank you.
So it's Host Week, and obviously it's all about the travel advisor. So we'd love to hear 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor for KHM Travel Group.
Yeah, and if I don't say it now, I cannot thank you enough for everything that you and your company do for the agent community, for the advisor community. When we look at our relationship with Host Agency Reviews, every year we evaluate it, we take a look at that, and we're so appreciative of all the statistics and feedback that we get, because it is a place for any consumer to go to say, do I want to get involved in this, and who should I be in relationship with? So as one of the host agencies that you guys operate with, we're appreciative of everything that you're doing for us and the entire agency community. So thank you for that. What best describes our agents, our advisors, are being passionate, obviously having some level of passion, whether it's destination driven, business driven, whatever that looks like. We would like passionate people, self-motivated, of course. It has to be that way. We've struggled with sometimes advisors come in and want us to do everything for them. You just hand it to me and I'll do it. It's more like, how can I make myself successful using the tool and the resources of all of the host agencies that are out there, right? Because we all have great resources and tools. How do you select who's going to work best for you? So we like you to be self-motivated. And then the key word is versatile, right? We have to think about, can we be versatile in this business? If we get into it just with one tunnel vision idea, we're going to have to potentially pivot to do something else down the road. So we want to make sure that they're versatile and in their education process as well.
I love the versatile word that you used. I don't think I've heard that one. And it's so true. It's so important. So that was a great word to include.
Thank you.
So, you had so much going on last year. I'd love to know what's happening with KHM Travel Group for 2022.
Yes, thank you. We're back to in-person boot camps, right? So we've got our boot camp 1.0 for our newer advisors. We have at least 3 or 4 of those scheduled for 2022. That's where you come in for 3 or 4 days, spend time with us. It's boot camp, right? So it's not intense, but that opportunity to come in, spend time with others who are like-minded at the same level as you, the same degree of understanding, knowledge, and learning, and then walking away with that confidence level, right? So our 1.0 starts this February. We're excited about that. We have a 2.0, Bootcamp 2.0 for our base camp level agents all the way up to our gold. And then we're looking to schedule a 3.0 for the fall for our gold and above agents. So we've kind of segmented it that way so that, and there's always flexibility in the registration process for that, but at least we had a base of what we wanted to see from a level perspective so that we can set that education standard and higher. that's just one of the things. Our Facebook Lives, I'll tell you, I started doing Facebook Lives in March of 2020 for obvious reasons, because it was like, let's help our agents get through what's happening right now. And they've just become a regular thing, right? Sometimes you won't have as many participants. Maybe it was only 20 or 30. Sometimes there's 200 or 300 on my lives because they happen during the day on Mondays and Fridays. So we're staying with the Facebook Lives, which has been truly successful. I think it's that ability for an advisor who's out there alone in their hometown of Iowa or wherever it is to connect to someone, stay interactive with others, and just hear from what's going on in the home office, and also find out what's going on in their lives. So that's been really good. And then, of course, KHM Today continues, and we're so proud of that show and our team for hosting that. It's a great platform where everyone's engaged. So that's been really, really good. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
We added 3 new regional coordinators this year. So our region is broken up into 7 regions. Our country's broken up into 7 regions, and we finally fulfilled the other 3 regions with their own coordinator. Those are our advisors in the field who we are in contact with on a regular basis, and we're hoping that they're in contact with our agents within those regions.
I love hearing when people add to their team. That's so exciting. And you have even more going on in 2022. So that's great. I love hearing all that.
Yes, thank you.
So let's talk about the new travel advisor. I'd love to hear a tip that you would give a new travel advisor.
First thing I've been telling new advisors is, please put away 10%, 20% of your commission. I saw, we were very fortunate that that time element that came in March of 2020, April of 2020, was scary for agents to lose $1 million worth of business, right? That's almost $100,000 in commission. And that idea, as we're canceling trips, is please be prepared financially for what could come. Make sure and set aside some of your funds for the rainy day, whatever that looks like. That's one thing, because I don't think that we thought about that, because as we went from 2011 all the way to 2019 into 2020, we didn't have a downward spiral or tick into the industry, right? So everyone was just growing and growing and growing, but I want to make sure everyone puts away a few dollars. Be selective about your clientele. We learned a lot about who our clients are. Maybe we thought we had good relationships with them until a cancellation came. Was the refund coming? Was it soon enough? So I really want our new advisors, and even those who have been in the industry, to be selective about their clientele and their new clientele, and be very, very honest about what your strengths and weaknesses might be in the industry. And then, of course, the idea of looking into a fee structure. Can you start your business off by already having a fee in place, being very transparent with that clientele or consumers that are prospective about what your fee structure could be?
Yeah, great tips. And I especially like the first one with, make that little nest and have that. So that's great advice to everyone, really.
Thank you.
So enough business questions. Let's get to the fun question.
All right.
So if KHM Travel Group had a themed party, what would that theme be and why?
I would say that it would be all around food. We are just such a foodie type of an organization. Everything is about food, no matter what we're doing. Like others, we want to have food there. So I was thinking, would it be theme oriented? Could be something, an Amsterdam dish, because our president, Rick Zimmerman, loves the food in Amsterdam. Some people love the Hawaii food. I'm not a big fan of food in Hawaii because I don't like that type of a mixture, but it's a very popular thing. Or my favorite, Italy. Could it be an Italian themed food party? So we went with the food idea for this.
The second you said it, I just pictured like this super long table with just like food spread out and like just a bunch of people like having a good time, like enjoying the food, enjoying the company. So I love that idea. And I too love food. I worked in the food business for a long time. So I'm with you on that party.
That's cool.
So I hear you have a host week special. We'd love to learn more about it.
Yes. Thank you again. We have $49.99 off the enrollment, and then the $50 toward boot camp. So that's just a great thing for new advisors that are looking to come on. We want to offer you a few dollars off, which is nice, and work with you when it comes to the financial situation. And then, of course, give $50 off of your first boot camp.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much for offering that. We'll actually put a link in the comments to go over to your special so people can click on over. Bill, thank you so much for being here for Host Week and talking all things KHM Travel Group. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much, April. Give my love to Stephanie and everyone. We appreciate what you're doing for our business and for the industry in general.
Oh, thank you so much. Bye, everyone. Enjoy the rest of Host Week.
Bill, I just love his smile and his energy. The first time I met him, he was just like this ray of sunshine, even though we'd never met before. So we're so appreciative of the deal that KHM is offering exclusive to Host Week participants. So thank you. And we are just really cruising along in our get to know a host section. So if you've jumped on, don't be shy. Say hi in the comments. Where are you popping in from? Are you popping in from New Zealand? Your attic, like me? Maybe you're popping in from quarantine. Who really knows nowadays where people are hanging out? So seriously, though, the events are so much fun when people, well, I should say they're so much more fun because this is definitely fun, but so much more fun when people are being active in the comments. So let's be friends. Let's chat in the comments because this is pre-recorded and I'm on screen, but I'm also in the comments. So let's chat away. Next on the agenda is Lavarte Travel. April, I'm really excited to hear what Lavarte is up to, so don't keep us in suspense any longer.
Hello, everyone. April from Host Agency Reviews here. I'm sitting down with Lori Spears from Lavarte Travel. How are you?
I'm very good. Excellent day, and thank you for asking, and thank you for having me.
No, we're so excited to have you here to talk about Lavarte Travel and all the great things that is going on this year and what you've been up to. We have some fun questions and want to hear more about your Host Week special. So let's jump right into it.
Great. Let's do it.
Great. So let's hear what Lavarte Travel has been up to the last year.
Well, we were able to launch Lavarte Travel this year.
Nice.
Actually, we're coming up to our 1-year anniversary, which has been really exciting for us to be able to have the opportunity to share with others the ability to be their own CEO and have their own travel business.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Super exciting. That's awesome. And what a time to do all this, right? So next year, what a great gear up to the year. This is going to be so much fun. So I can't wait to ask about 2022, but a couple more questions before I get there. So, you're new, but I'd love to hear what makes you unique.
I'd love to talk about that. First of all, Lavarte is e-travel spelled backwards. So that's the easy way to remember how to spell it. And it's pronounced Lavarte. And it means to lift up. So we're lifting people in their career in travel. And that's the meaning of it. But what keeps us unique and makes us unique is our passion. Our passion for lifting others up in their career in travel. And it's not only our passion in who we hire to support our advisors and who we take in to be a member of Lavarte. Everything we do, the insight, our training, and scaling their business growth, everything is done with our passion. And I'll talk more about it later too.
I love it. It's so funny because as soon as you said it's e-travel spelled backwards, I had to look down, and I'm sure most people watching this probably did the same thing. I was like, oh, I love that. And forgive me, I'm sure it's my Massachusetts accent that hasn't been pronouncing the T. So I'm going to move forward and try to pronounce that T a little stronger. In Massachusetts, we like to just drop letters and not pronounce R's and T's and stuff. So sorry.
No problem.
I'll work on it. Let's talk about travel advisors. We'd love to hear 3 words that would describe your ideal travel advisor.
Well, first of all, my first word is passion. Well, it's one of our values. I told you it keeps us unique.
Yeah.
But it's to have that enthusiasm and graciousness to book someone's dreams, to make their dreams come true. So passion is big for us, along with resourcefulness. And I say resourcefulness because we've really had to use that tool in the last year. It's thinking quick on your feet and adapting well to the surroundings, staying calm during anything that might come up, just being resourceful. And then my third word is a little bit more than one word, but the love of travel. And not just love to travel, but the love of travel. The love that you have doing your clients' travel, that you're just excited about their adventure as if it was your own. Those are the 3 things I look for in an advisor. And when they have those, I think they've got it made and they'll be successful in the business.
I love how you put all that. I love that it wasn't just about the travel advisor, but the people that they're advising. I mean, what a great description of overall a travel advisor. Wonderful. I love that so much.
Thank you. I feel that way. I get more excited booking an adventure for someone than I do myself. I mean, it's just, it's that kind of a passion and the love of travel.
I love that. So we were just talking about 2022. So let's jump into it. What's going on with Levarte Travel in 2022?
Well, we are really going to emphasize on our training. We have quarterly wave camps. Those are what we call our boot camps. Everything's about the wave at Levarte. Even in our logo, you see the A is a wave. So we have the wave camps, and we do a 3-day training, hands-on, face-to-face, with some training we provide, some suppliers come in and provide it, one-on-one. It's just, we keep the classes small, maybe to 50, 60. Currently, we have 300 advisors. So that's why we do them frequently. And then we have Scale Your Business Saturday, where it's a virtual training on Saturday, where we just emphasize on some maybe sales training, some marketing training, just ways for them to have growth and scale their business. And then we have our Levarte Lift retreats, where it's usually at a fun destination. We have fun because that's also one of our values, but we also do training there, and we have suppliers come on and they do some one-on-one roundtables. So training is a big thing for us. Another one is our technology. In 2022, we have totally redone what we call our advisor hub. And our advisor hub is the advisor's back office, where you will find the Levarte CRM to stay connected with their clients, maybe email blast out to their clients. Also, there's lots of things they could do, create their own websites and, their own storefront and put special offers on that. As long as, like most CRMs, they can also do marketing back there. They can also do their invoices. And we also have a partnership with Travify on the technology side for really beautiful quotes, if you're familiar with them. And then we also we have vendors pages back there, vendor sites. So we have vendor training, and then we have different pages where the vendor, everything the vendor wants that agent to know about them, they each have their own page. So we're redoing a whole facelift and working on that. That's our technology side. And then we're working on, lastly, our partnerships with the industry. We're partnering with Travel Institute for a higher education platform, and we're partnering with CLIA for some certifications that they offer as well.
I love that. Lots of investments. Yeah, lots of investments for your travel advisors, like really investing in them, in the industry. I love that. And just kind of giving them the tools that they need. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a week full of travel advisors and learning and getting to know one another. So let's kind of focus in on the new travel advisor. What would be the one tip you would give a new travel advisor?
This is easy for me because, again, I'm very passionate, you can tell, and that's why it's one of our values. But I believe for a new advisor, they should pick a niche. They should have a specialization. And it should be focused on something they're passionate about. For example, I have a young girl that just joined that has 2 children, husband, and I told her, we went on a fam trip, and she went and she saw Nickelodeon, and she just lit up. And I said, your specialty needs to be family travel. It lights you up. Also, it keeps you focused, so you're not just trying to do everything, because it's a big industry and it's overwhelming. But focus on one thing is going to help you, one, get specialized in one area, which I truly believe makes a difference. It's the age of the specialist. Also, it gives you that focus. And if it's something you're passionate about, then you can expand beyond that. But to start out new, I think that's the most helpful thing. Find something you're passionate. Maybe it's cruises, maybe it's groups, but find something you're passionate on and let that be your specialization. Do the trainings for that specialization. Do everything that's your journey, that's your path.
That's great advice. I couldn't agree more. I think it's so important for people to be able to focus on something. And like you said, after expand out, once you know that, there's nothing wrong with that. That's great advice for a new advisor. So we like to have fun at HAR. So we always have a fun question. So my question to you is, if your host agency had a themed party, what would that theme be and why?
Our theme party would be Catch the Wave. And the reason is, well, part of kind of our atmosphere too, and we like to have fun. But catch the wave can mean lots of things. One, it can mean get on board, catch the wave, get on board, get with the program. And also surfing, body surfing, all that's fun. So it has the element of fun too. So catch the wave. We have that phrase on things we do. It's in a theme if we already have parties. So I would say catch the wave.
I love that. Every time I ask this question, I always get pictures in my head, and I just picture a really sunny, bright, vibrant party. It just sounds like so much fun. So I love that one. So it's host week, and I hear you have a host special for us. So I'd love to hear more about it.
I do. For host week, we want to offer anyone that joins this week of host week, you'll get $100 gift card after you make your first booking with Lavarte Travel.
Oh,
so you get a $100 bonus when you make first booking with Lavarte Travel. So that's our offer for those who join and during the host week, because we're really excited about host week and wanted to have some type of offer as well.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. And what we'll do is we'll actually put the link in the comments so people can head on over and check that out. Thank you so much, Lori, for being here and talking more about Lavarte Travel with me. It's been such a pleasure, and onward with host week.
Thank you for having me. It was lots of fun. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh. I never knew, or I might have forgotten. That's increasingly likely as this pandemic goes on. My brain's just kind of a sieve. But I never knew that Lavarte was e-travel spelled backwards. It's really fun. So thank you, Lori, for that generous host week special. There is one thing I wanted to mention. Even though Lavarte is just celebrating their 1 year anniversary, I think it's important for people to know that Lori is a veteran in the travel industry, and she's been in the our area for decades. So, all right. Phone today. Last but never least is Montecito Village Travel. So I'm going to send things back over to April in the studio. Let's end this with a bang, April.
Hello, everyone. April from Host Agency Reviews here. I'm sitting with Connie Miller from Montecito Village Travel. Hello, Connie. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Super excited to have you here for Host Week and to learn more of what's happening at Montecito Village Travel. So let's jump right into the first question. We'd love to know what's been going on the past year with Montecito Village Travel.
Oh, the best news as far as what's happening and what happened in 2021 with Montecito Village Travel is the fact that we kind of got back to normal. We added advisors, we added staff members, so that was really, really exciting. We are also doing in-person events, both our advisors as well as our staff. So it's really exciting to kind of be back in the groove. We also have done a couple of other things. We expanded our air desk. We brought on additional air staff. We also created a Montecito Village mixer, which was really a phenomenal success. We did this in December. We did this in part because there were so many suppliers that didn't have the means or the money to really connect and go to some of the larger meetings that are now being held again. And so we created this event. We had over 2,000 one-on-one meetings between our advisors and our suppliers. And it was really just a phenomenal success. So we were really excited about that, and we will probably be moving forward with that next year as well.
Oh, I love that. I love hearing that people are connecting again and being able to see each other and travel and just getting back to that new normal that we're seeing. So that's wonderful to hear. And that's super exciting. And I look forward to your 2022. So lots of host agencies out there. I'd love to hear what makes you unique.
Oh, that's fun. That's a good question. Probably 3 or 4 years ago, we actually met with our advisor committee. Our advisor committee is includes members that are luxury leisure advisors, corporate advisors, just kind of from every threshold of working in travel. And we said, we need to know why did you come to us? Why do you stay with us? What is it? And their answer was, it's the people. The secret sauce is the people. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a little cliche. Everybody says it's people. How does that really translate? And then I got to think a few more questions too. And what it really came down to was the fact that our people get back to our advisors. So when advisors have questions, they're able to ask, and it's a very personal conversation that we have. We all are mentors and coaches and that type of thing. But what it really stems from, I think, is the owner's philosophy, which kind of permeates every decision that we make here in the company. If I've heard Colin Weatherhead say this once, I've probably heard it at least 1,000 times. If our advisors aren't successful, we aren't successful. So that drives pretty much every decision that we do. And then you add to that to the fact that we really have great technology. We are really unique in that we can offer something to every type of advisor. We're also virtuoso. So there's just a lot of pluses in that we offer. And actually, our advisor committee helped us to come up with a tagline, which I think is really beneficial. We are large enough to matter and small enough to care.
I love that. What a great tagline. But you know what I love the most out of that is the first thing you started off with is you went to your advisors and asked them. Like, I love the fact that it really came down to the advisors and that was your first answer. So I love that. What a great way to look at the company, and it's about the advisors. So let's stay on advisors. I'd love to hear 3 words that would best describe your ideal travel advisor for Montecito Village Travel.
Oh my gosh. Passionate. You've got to have a passion for travel. You can't be in this business. You can't sell travel. You can't do your best without passion. You also have to be prepared. You kind of have to know what it is that you're going to be doing, how to do it, how to work with the clients, how to anticipate whatever is needed, how to prepare your own business. And then you need to be professional. I mean, after all, this is the greatest profession that there is. So those are the 3 things that I put together as describing the perfect travel advisor.
Those are great words there. I know we talked a little bit about going into 2022, but let's hear more about what's happening in 2022 for Montecito Village Travel.
So for 2022, we are doing some really phenomenal things with technology. So we have an intranet system called a 360, and this has been just a wonderful tool for our advisors. Every supplier, every hotel, we just have thousands of pages of supplier information that's easy to access and to get to. Recorded webinars, we do commission chasing through 360, and we are enhancing that even further moving forward. We're going to have some white labeled opportunities and offers through our suppliers. Of course, putting all of our accounting data on that for the advisors so they can go in and see what's going on. I mentioned the commission chasing. To me, this is a perfect tool. We track any unpaid commissions that are 90 days past the day of departure. So if an advisor needs to track down, they can simply take a look at that, click a button, it pre-populates an email that can be sent off to the supplier. So a lot of things to make the advisor business better. We are also expanding our online booking tool, BookYC. Prior to this, it was basically used for air and hotels. We're adding cars to it and a whole lot of features that we can't really disclose right now. But by 3rd and 4th quarter of this year, that tool is going to be just phenomenal. We're continuing with our professional development series. So not only do we bring you supplier information and how to run your business type of information, but we're really into marketing quite extensively. For example, last year and continuing into this year, we did sessions on such things as we brought a professional photographer in. He taught us how to take photos with our phones that were Instagram worthy. And then we brought a blogger in to, how do you write? How do you make it an engagement? So we're going to be continuing to do these types of things and in-person events, and we're bringing back our shared success program for our cruise lines. So lots of good things are happening in 22.
I love that. And I like what I really heard there is lots of time-saving things that are really there to help the advisor so they can focus on what they do best, and that's selling travel. So that's great. What great tools you're offering to your advisors.
If it can be automated, it should be automated.
Right? I'm so with you.
Yeah.
I love that. And I especially loved the fact that you brought in people to help take pictures and photos and blog. I mean, those are skills that not everybody knows just instinctively. So to be able to give them those talents to be able to use, I mean, that's amazing. Kudos.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we have lots of new advisors, I'm sure, watching. So this question is going to be for the new advisors. If you had one tip that you could give a new advisor, what would that be?
Just do it. As you get into the business, what I've seen a lot of times, there's a thing called analysis paralysis. You get in and you want to study, you want to learn everything you possibly can about every destination, every form of travel, a client, and guess what? You can't. Sometimes advisors can get in their own head a little bit, get in their own way, and there comes a point you need to be prepared. Yes, you need to be ready to move forward. Right, move forward. Otherwise, you can spend a whole year trying to be perfect, and nobody's perfect. You need to learn through experience. So just go out there and do it.
Great advice. That's great. I mean, a lot of times people are very specific, but I love that. Just do it. Like, you went into this because you love it. So just do it. That's amazing. Well put. So let's get into the fun question. If your host agency had a theme party, what would that be and why?
Okay. If it was a theme party, I actually have two, and I'm going to combine the two together just to make it more interesting. First of all, be a come as you are party, would be a come as you are Oscar party. Come as you are, because we are a host agency that's really good for type of advisor. It doesn't matter if you're a leisure, family, honeymoons, corporate, group travel, adventure travel. It doesn't matter. We really have the tools and resources for everybody coming to us. And that really helps you build your business. But the Oscar party speaks for itself. We're all stars. We all got here because we're good at what we do. So it would be a come as you are Oscar party.
Very creative. I love that answer. I actually had a picture in my head of just people being relaxed and enjoying themselves at this party. So great. So it's Host Week, and we love to offer specials. So we'd love to hear more about what Montecito Village Travel has to offer for a Host Week special.
Okay. What we're doing for anybody who reaches out through host agency reviews by the end of us, we are giving them 3 months of Virtuoso access at no charge.
Wow. Great special. And we'll make sure to put the link in the comments to your special so everybody can go check it out. Oh, such a pleasure to speak with you, Connie. Thank you so much for coming on for Host Week and talking more about Montecito Village Travel. Truly a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And thank you for everything that Host Agency Reviews does. I mean, you are an amazing organization to not only people in the industry that are advisors, but also to host agencies such as ourselves. So we love the relationship, and thank you for everything that you do.
Oh, thank you. Well, everybody, Host Week continues, and we look forward to seeing you throughout the week. Thank you again, Connie, and have a wonderful week. Bye.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Well, so many exciting things rolling out at MVT, and what an awesome deal for advisors that are looking to join a Virtuoso host. Thank you, Connie. Now, our next segment is going to kick off in just a little bit. It's the think tank part of the day, where we have 2 very special presentations. So the first is 10x your business in half the time with Geraldine Ree, and that will be kicking off at 2:50 p.m. Central Time. And after that, we'll have the har alumni that we all miss so much, Bridget Lee. She's coming back, and she'll be walking you through how to make a professional looking website no matter what your technological prowess is. So set your alarm for 3:40 Central Time for that. And if you aren't able to make that, do not worry. Host Week is being recorded, so you can go back and watch anytime. Just make sure that you're registered at har.news/hostweek. And then you'll get the daily email with a link to yesterday's recordings and a breakdown of the day's agenda with a link to join the live stream. So stay tuned for our think tanks. Leave this tab open in the background and we'll play some happy music for you right before the segment is about to start, so you know to come back to our tab. Happy Tuesday, and we will see you all soon. Guess what it's time for? You heard the music. Now it's time for another segment of Host Week. That is right. It is think tank time. So we've got 2 think tanks today, and the party will start up again tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time. So if you're just catching the tail end of today's Host Week, make sure to register at har.news/hostweek to sign up for daily emails that'll have direct links to the recordings of the previous day's live stream, so you can watch everything you missed. So our first think tank today is with Geraldine Rhee, the founder of Geraldine Rhee Consulting. She's going to talk to us about how to 10x your business in half the amount of time. Don't be fooled though, because what I thought was that means I'm going to have to work 10 times harder, which I'm not. That's just not my thing. So does not mean working 10 times harder. So she'll explain a little bit more in her presentation. Now, if you have attended one of our earlier think tanks, you know that they are pre-recorded to save the har team from the stress of putting on a live event. And so Geraldine is in the comments right now and can answer any questions that you might have. So pop those in at any time. And if you've attended think tanks before, you also know that this week that we also have interactive follow-up sessions to these. So it's like a 2-for-1. So if you attend the follow-up think tank, you'll need to register. So you can go to har.news/thinktankme. We'll put the link in the comments. So register if you want to attend the follow-up think tank, and we'll send you an email with a link to the live breakout session. I do want to mention that Geraldine is she does have a workshop for you. So this isn't just going to be sailing through. No, there's some homework for you. We're going to put that link in the comments right now where you can download the worksheet. So click on that if you want to attend the interactive think tank next week. So with that, I think it's time that we figure out how to 10x your business in half the amount of time, don't you? Take it away, Geraldine.
Thank you, Stephanie. I am thrilled to be here with Host Agency Reviews celebrating Host Week. We know this is an extraordinary time in the travel industry, and so thrilled to be working with Host Agency Reviews to look at how we can do this comeback together. We know we can't come back the way we were, and we want to come back better, and we want to really think about strategies that you can apply to your business to help you accelerate through the weeks and months to come. 2022 and you. It even has a playful sound to it. It's going to be a better year. We are full of optimism that this is going to be a fantastic year, but we are not tone deaf, that we are not out of the woods. And it has been difficult, and it will continue to be difficult. So really what today is about is how do we provide simple tools that are effective for building business in a whole new way. My topic today is called 10x my travel business. 10 times better in half the time. You see, it's not about just being bigger, because I firmly believe that bigger comes if you get better right. So we're going to really dig into that. My name is Geraldine Rhee, and I am so honored and thrilled to have been in the travel industry for 25 years. I love what I do, and I've done it all. I like to say that I've had every seat at the table. In fact, I've walked a mile in your shoes, and I've worn every shoe in the closet. So from frontline, I've been a travel agent, I've been a district sales manager, I've been a marketing leader, I've been a CEO, and of all the roles that I've had, and I've loved them all, the one that I feel really just the most drawn to is that moment of truth between you, the travel advisor, and the consumer. If I can do everything I can to empower that moment of truth, to make it easier for you, to give you the right resources, to give you the right tools, I know the whole industry will be okay, because we need you. You are so important. You're more important than ever. We know that an estimated 50% or more of travel advisors have left the industry, but still here you are. You stay, and we're so glad you're here. And I'm here to say that you're needed by suppliers, you're needed by host agencies, your consumers need you, but you cannot do it alone. And so I want you to feel really encouraged that I'm here today to spend the next half an hour with you unpacking some ideas about how you can do this better, how you can grow your business and really do it in a way that lights you up and lifts some of the burden, the mental stress, the energy, the drain of the chaos that's just been surrounding us for these last 2 years. So I want to start by, thinking back to prior to the pandemic. We looked at the industry then, if you remember the fall of 2019 going into 2020, things were booming. And I talked to travel agents. I was researching my book at the time, Flying Colors. And when I spoke to advisors, I said, what do you love about the business? And they said, well, we love the business because we're passionate about it. We're passionate travelers. We also love sharing our insights to help other people travel really well. We love the benefits of travel. Who doesn't love the travel part of the travel industry? That's why we're here. You love the freedom, the flexibility of being a travel advisor. There's so much to that role that you always loved. But then on the other side, and when I said what got in the way of that, was just, it's so busy. It's so much work for the money. There's so many details. There's so much technology, so many changes, so many applications. Technology was supposed to make our world easier, and lots of times it's anything but. And then you add the pandemic to that, and you realize that on top of that, you've got this continued chaos, this uncertainty, these cancellations and changes. And so what was sort of an even level playing field of, I love it because I have passion and I'm frustrated, I wish I got paid more, I wish it was more financially rewarding, as these extra burden of all the responsibility that you carry, being that go-to for every consumer, being the narrow point in the hourglass that everybody is coming to, that's a heavy burden. And it's no wonder that we're burning out. So how do we take all of that and face that? We do have this incredible comeback coming. And I realize that it can feel tone deaf at times because, the first time you ever heard the comeback is going to be greater than the setback, you thought, oh, that's great, that's inspiring. But when? How much longer? Will this ever end? It's absolutely natural to feel frustrated. So I think about it is, I imagine you sitting in front of Mount Everest and you have this huge comeback to climb. And you've got myself, you've got suppliers, you've got hosts saying, come on, you can do it. And they're like this cheerleader that are you just want to say, no, enough already. Because meanwhile, you're going, have you seen my Zoom calls lately? After 6-hour Zoom calls, I feel like my eyes are going to fall out. And then, this has happened to you, but I leave my office some days and think, okay, it's got to be happy hour. Is it? And I look at the clock and go, it's still noon? How does that happen? Why is this day not progressing? So you've got to understand that I get it. It is a tough one. And we have to come back better. We just can't come back bigger because no one can know. It's just not sustainable. So 10x my travel. Where did the whole 10x theory? I want to take a step back and introduce, in case you haven't heard this theory before, I want to explain a little bit of the thinking behind 10x. What does that mean? Well, the first person who introduced it that I was really well aware of was Dan Sullivan. And I actually did my first 10x speech 15 years ago, if you can believe it. Dan expresses it this way. He says that 2x is harder than 10x, or 10x is easier than 2x. And he said, really, if you think about it, if you want to double your business, the natural tendency is to say, I'll just work harder, I'll just do more, and I'll double. But the fact is, when you keep doing the same things, you are at your capacity limit. I hear this a lot with travel agents who say, I'd just really like to get back to my sales that were booming coming into 2020. And that's a natural thing to think about, but it's very limiting because that so much has changed. We need to do things differently. When you take your goal and you 10x it, it builds inspiration. You should feel a little bit intimidated by the number. So if you have a goal, let's just take a number of $1 million. I want to grow my sales by $1 million. Easy math. It could be 100,000, could be 2 million. Everybody has their own number. When you 10x that and you say, I am going to have a $10 million travel business, it's pretty exciting. There's a lot of amazing things that come from that. Clients you love, financially rewarding, recognition from suppliers. There's a lot of really amazing things that come with a big number. But the next thing I hear is, oh, yeah, but I don't really want to work that hard. It's a natural response to a really big number. But what if I told you that getting to 10 million was no more difficult or challenging than getting to 2 million? And it's true. I know people who are there, and it's not that they work harder than you, but they've found other ways to get there. They found a new route up the mountain, and that's what we're going to look at. So Dan talks about 10x is easier than 2x. In Grant Cardone's work, he talks about the 10x rule. And this one is one that talks about if you're passionate about your goal and you work 10 times harder than anybody else, you will smash it. It's along the lines of it's never crowded on the extra mile. If you know what you want and you go after it and you read every book and you do everything with that kind of enthusiasm, with 10 times the passion and 10 times the effort, you will get there. The challenge with that thinking right now is, I don't know about you, but I'm not sure anyone I know in the travel industry is in love with the idea of working harder. You've worked really hard for no income. And I don't blame you for just really thinking, I don't want to 10x in my business if it means working 10 times harder. So I want to take what's great about what Grant talks about and what Dan talks about and thinking about a new way that 10x means 10 times better in half the time, because better always precedes bigger. If we can really focus on a better you, a better customer, a better way of doing things, you will get bigger quicker. And it really breaks down into 3 key areas of your business. First, your purpose. I really am passionate about understanding the unique you, how you do you, the way you do the travel industry isn't like anyone else. And if you can 10x your purpose, that is 10x your commitment to truly living life the way you were meant to be, the way you were born to do it, and you really didn't do anything else, you would show up and make a bigger impact in the world. And so simply put, if you really want to figure out how to do this business in a way that lights you up, that you cannot wait to get to, the beauty of working on your purpose is that the travel business is secondary. It's a byproduct of you being your best self, taking care of yourself, taking care to learn and nurture yourself and develop yourself and be better and work on those things that only you can do. It's really exciting. It is really exciting when you discover your why and what it is and how you measure your day by it. I know that my why is to share insights to help other people grow. That's a very broad version of what it is. But every single day when I put my pen down and I say, was it a good day? I think, did I share? And could I get better at sharing in new and powerful ways by books and courses and all the things I challenge myself to do? It's really based on that very simple one idea of me being the best version of myself and how I can work 10 times more focused on that pursuit of purpose. The second most important element of 10x better is your process. If you can think about this as the fewest steps to the biggest result, you will dramatically change your travel business. We all do so many things that we have no business doing. How often have you been deeply immersed in research for a client and you're thinking, he didn't ask me to go this far, or he doesn't need 20 options, or I don't need to spend that extra hour. I'm not getting that return. So it's just a mindfulness around every step in the customer journey. And how do you think about this? How do you do one thing and use it often? And it's reducing the number of options you have, doing things the same way. And it's a lifelong journey. It's a continuous pursuit. It's a matter of getting the travel business out of your head, pulling it out. I just imagine, an engine of a car, if you pulled out all the pieces and you put them on your desk, how would you put it back together carefully, craftfully, so that you make the biggest impact and you take the least amount of effort? Sometimes it takes a little longer to do it the first time so that you can use it again and again. So purpose and process are the two key things to this big transformation. The last thing, and I think importantly, is the people. The people you surround yourself. And of course, you want people, you want better clients, you want higher end clients, you want clients who appreciate you. So really surrounding yourself and focusing on those people that you work with, that you love the most, that get you, that value you, they see your value, being really 10x focused on working with people you love and drawing the line for yourself to say, this is who I serve, this is who I really click with. Why not have a database full of those people? So your clients are your people, but also the people you surround yourself with, especially in COVID times. Your mindset is a precious gift, and it can get thrown by one email or one scan in Facebook. And sometimes you don't even know what set you off. So 10xing your intention around your tribe and your people that you follow, and the people you surround yourself with and the people that you serve, those are all really, really critical to doing things 10 times better. So it's your purpose, your process, and your people. That's the frame to 10xing your travel business. So what's the first step? I'm going to walk you through 4 key steps that I look at this as a lens, almost if you were thinking about your travel business that was laid out in this framework of process, people, and purpose. And you were looking down on it and you had to decide every single day, what do I do next? What do I do this week, this month, this year? You have to have a lens to look down on your business that keeps you in frame for your 10x business. The first step, the first thing that you want to do is ask yourself, do I have the capacity? You cannot do another thing if you have no more room, if you are sold out. And we're all guilty of saying yes, yes, yes. I'm somebody who gets really excited about a lot of projects and a lot of ideas, but really asking yourself, are you ready to 10x your travel business? Do you have the capacity to be able to move forward? And I think that's a really critical step to ask yourself on a regular basis. It's okay from time to time to have a day that just flies by. You wake up planning on pursuing your goal, and by 11 o'clock, everything has blown up. It's okay once in a while, but as a habit, as a routine, how do you ask yourself every day, have I got the capacity to make this the best day ever? Then as you move towards your goal, left or right is really determined. I like to think of it as a strategy of a yes or no decision. Every yes you say yes to says no to another opportunity. So on the yes side, what are you saying yes to right now? What lights you up? What are you thinking? Yes, I am doing this. And how does that become the first thing you do? And you ask yourself, does what I'm going to do right now take me towards my bigger goal? By saying yes to this, does that take me forward? On the other side of it, and I think one of the most underutilized things is, what am I saying no to? What am I not going to do anymore? One of the things that is so important here is your mindset. Again, this whole idea that we have 12 to 14,000 thoughts a day, 90% of those thoughts are repeated and 80% are negative. So, I think it's like you wear out the carpet in your brain, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, purposing ideas over, the whole thing about overthinking. And I think it is good to be contemplative, but to be intentional about when we think about something. And then once you've made a decision, saying, no, I am not going to revisit this. I'm making a decision and I'm moving on. So saying no to perpetual spiral thinking and saying yes to making a decision and move forward. So what do you say yes to and what do you say no to? And the last piece of it, sort of at the top of your focal point, is your capability. Are you going to be best in the world at this big goal you have? Think about, we don't go to a brain surgeon because they're enthusiastic or they're on social media or they're visible, all the things that we sort of, relentlessly pursue every day. We go to a brain surgeon because they are best in class. And I think right now is the perfect time to get a lens on your business to decide, who do you want to be? How do you want to show up? And what does best in class look like? You cannot be all things to all people. Now's the time to really make specific choices about who you're going to sell, how you're going to sell them, how you're going to be the best in the world. Maybe you want to be the best in the world at selling river cruises, or maybe you want to be the best in the world at servicing, empty nesters that are going to do their 3 bucket list trips. I like to think about being best in the world for the people you serve, and everything else takes its place. So that's your focus for this 10X journey. The things you're going to focus on is your purpose, your process, and your people. And the lens you're going to put on top of that sort of endeavor to try and get your travel business around this idea of having 10X goals about being better, you're going to look at it and you're going to say, do I have the capacity? Do I have the time? Am I set up right? What am I going to say yes to, and what am I going to say no to? What am I going to keep doing? Ideas that I haven't started yet, new things I want to try that are going to help me get to my goal. And then what am I going to stop doing? What am I going to stop saying this matters when it really doesn't matter anymore? Tough choices make the best results. And then last but not least, what are you best in the world at? What is going to be your claim to fame? Because there is no one like you. The industry needs you more than ever. And it's a great time to really make that decision of, I want to be so capable that people come and see what I do. My favorite quote of all time is Walt Disney, which is, do what you do so well that people come to see you do it again and again, and they bring others to come and see you do it too. So with that, I just want to thank you again. For people who want to work with me, there's 3 ways to work with me. I have a really easy way, which is my book, Flying Colors, and it's on Amazon. And it's really, this book was written in 2020. It's in service to the travel industry. When people said to me, I don't know what to focus on, I said, well, look, this is the perfect time to focus on your entire business. So there are hundreds of thousands of tips in there of things that you can do to fine tune your travel business. This course, 10X My Travel Business, is going online along with a company book coming in March, which I'm really, really excited about. And I know I'll share that with Host Agency Reviews as we get closer. And then we're doing a Facebook Live on February 3rd at 12 noon Central Time. And we are going to, for everybody who loves the whole idea of 10Xing, it's a great conversation. I personally feel like those are the people I love hanging out with, because I love people who have big dreams and aren't afraid to surround themselves with other people who are goal getters. And I'll be there to support you. And if you're not sure yet, come along and we can talk about where you think you want to go and where you want to, 10X in what areas of your travel business. I hope this has been really helpful for you. I wish you a fantastic week, and I look forward to meeting you very soon.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. Just a reminder to everybody that Geraldine will be hosting a live breakout session on February 3rd at 12 p.m. Central Time. So mark your calendars. There is that worksheet that we mentioned before that we want you to go through before the live breakout session next week. So if you haven't already, make sure to download that worksheet. We'll put the link in the comments. And then again, make sure that if you want to attend, because we're not publicizing the links, if you want to attend, register at har.news/thinktankme, and we'll send you over an email with the details on where to meet. So welcome if you're just jumping on. You couldn't have better timing because we are hitting our last Think Tank of the day with har alumni, Bridget Lee. She'll be showing you step by step how to build a website for your agency, even if even if technology is like your worst enemy. And even if you are a tech whiz, Bridget is a tech whiz. You'll pick up some great tips from her. So right now, I want you to get ready to make an amazing website. So we'll be putting the links in the comments to the website program in just a second. So go ahead and click on that in another tab so you can have it ready to go when Bridget comes in. Bridget will also have a follow-up session next week. Again, another interactive think tank next week. And this is where you can ask her questions. You can get feedback on the site you built. If you're having trouble with some portion of the program and not sure how to make it happen on your website, she can answer that. So go ahead and register for Bridget's and all the other think tank follow-ups that you want to attend at har.news/thinktankme.
Hello. Welcome, everyone. Happy Host Week. Thank you so much for joining me for this class on how to build a professional website for the non-techie, and quite honestly, even for the techie person. I've used this program a couple times for side projects helping friends, just because it's fast, easy, and it makes a really great looking website. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Bridget. I worked at Host Agency Reviews the last few years before I left recently to follow my other passion, which is teaching. So you can imagine I was very excited when Steph asked if I wanted to come back to teach a class on how to build a website. We're going to be using Wix today, specifically Wix ADI, just because, like I said, it's fast, easy, and makes a beautiful looking website. So with that, let me share my screen. And we're going to go to har.news/Wix. It just lets Wix know that you came from us. If you already have a site, just log in and you can click create a new site. If you don't have one, as soon as you create your account from that link I just gave, you'll be able to, it'll start asking you the same questions. So I'm going to create a new site. And it asks you a little bit about your website. And this is helpful just because it gives you photos and pages that are recommended for the type of website you're building. So I'm going to say travel agency. And I'm also going to uncheck these at the end or near the end of the class. We're going to go over some best practices for this site and the setup. And I'll touch on apps. That is what they call these, or different features. So I'm going to skip this for now. And then, like I said, we're doing Wix ADI, which is different from their other website editor, not just in how it starts, but the whole editing. It's all different. So it's a completely different program. So we're doing Wix ADI. And now it's going to ask us some more questions. So the name of my fictitious travel agency is Get Lost Travel. Sorry, I can't talk and type at the same time. The other nice thing is it imports content from an existing website. So if you already have a website, it can import the content for you. Or if you have a Google Places or like a Google business page, it'll import there as well. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I highly recommend you take a look at Mary's article on Host Agency Reviews about how to create your Google business page. And we'll link that in the chat. I don't have either of those for my fake account, so I'm going to click next. Now this is where you're going to add your basic information. It's fantastic if you have a logo. There we go. Because it's going to create a custom palette from your logo. However, you will be able to do that later. So you can still create your site even if like your logo is in the process of getting made or whatnot. And then you're going to enter your address. I know most of you are home-based, or at least many of you. So feel free to just put your city and state. I'm going to enter my phone number. And then add any social links that you have. One thing I'm just going to note is make sure it's your business social account. You don't want to be putting your personal one just because, well, I have to have Facebook, so I'll put my personal Facebook. Don't do that. If you don't have one yet, just don't put one. That's totally fine. And I don't have one, so I'm going to click next. Now it's going to ask what theme we want. Like I said, it's going to create a custom palette from your logo, so you don't necessarily have to worry about the colors. Unless you like the colors, that's totally fine. But really, you're looking at the text, and when you hover over, it kind of gives you a little description, which I don't know if it's overly helpful on what you're going to get across, but I'm going to go ahead and choose humble. That sounds nice. And now it's asking me if I want to create a color palette for my logo, and I absolutely do. I have noticed that it doesn't always process your logo right away, and so you should get this gray box, but those are indeed the colors of my logo. So I'm going to say use these. Sorry, that is a fire truck going by. We'll be done shortly. Hope everything's okay. All right, so now you have your homepage design, and you will be able to edit every facet of this, but like I said, the whole point of this is that it's easy. So if you don't want to edit, you can just find something that you like. So I'm going to choose, I think this one. And you'll be able to change all the pieces later. And now it asks about pages we want to add to your site. We're going to go over again at the end of the class different page ideas and best practices for those pages. So I'm just going to right now do some of the main ones. So about us is a big one. We have a contact us page on here. There we go, a contact page. And I'm going to do a testimonials, maybe, if it lets me click. Nope. All right, well, maybe we won't because My mouse seems to have frozen. Okay, we'll just do those for right now. All right, so now it's building your website, or my website rather. All right, right off the bat, I'm gonna go click into preview because I just wanna show you how amazing the site looks without you doing really anything. So besides the fact that there's dummy text in here, it looks like it's just ready to go. It has all these areas for you. You've got your contact, your location. It's already entered your information in the footer. All right, so let's go back and edit. So the big thing to know about really how to work Wix ADI is that everything is just a section. So this is a section, it's highlighted blue, and it has an edit and a design. And that's all across here. These are all just different sections. So it makes it a lot more easier to edit because you're like, okay, I'm just working on this section right now. So there are two things that are across the site, which is your header and your footer section. So just like at any website, it's not like the header changes when you move to a different page. So I'm going to go ahead and edit my header here. I don't know why I'm having trouble saying header today. All right, so you can toggle these on and off. So got it, thank you. So if I wanted the business name on there, oh, I don't like that. So you can just play around. Everything's instantaneous. You can see if you like it and be like, nah, that's not what I like. And you have these different options. And the edit options for the section are going to change depending on what that section is. So this is header, so it has things like, do you want to show a phone number? Whereas this section down here won't have that option. Another thing is your logo right here. If, for instance, you started the Wix ADI without having a logo, so you didn't get that custom color palette, but you want it, you can click to add your logo over here. You'll upload it, and then it's going to ask, hey, do you want us to create a custom color palette from your logo? And you would say yes. Now that we've edited the content, we can do the design. And again, this is just for this section. It's not for the whole page. I know the little preview photo does show, does make it look like it's for a whole page, but you're just looking at see how the header changes. And so you're looking through and finding a header you like. So I think I'm going to choose, I like that blue. So I'm going to choose this one. And then after I choose it, I even get more selections in customized section design. And again, you're going to see this for each section. It's just different options. Since this is a header, it's saying, do you want a regular one that stays up at the top, or do you want fixed? And I'm partial to fixed. There's no wrong answer though. Do whatever you want. So fixed means it stays up there when I scroll. You can change the background color. Like I said, it's instantaneous. I'm going to choose white because otherwise things get lost if I choose a different color. Thank you. It does autosave. So there we go. I've just edited my first section. Now I'm going to go down to the footer since that's the other section that's across the website. Click and edit. It's showing me it's showing me the details I can have. I can remove, I can put my email down there, an address, you add your social accounts. Again, this does default to having social accounts there, so you're going to want to delete these if you don't have one, because otherwise it just uses Wix, and you don't want that. All right, so there's my footer. Oops, and I didn't do my footer design. Here we go. And so I can change it. I'm going to do that one. There we go. We've just designed those two. And now let's get to the meat of our website, which is the sections of the actual pages. So here's our first one. Again, we see our edit design. It also has these 3 vertical dots, and that allows us to duplicate. So if we wanted the same section on this same page, move to means move to a different page, adjust the height, so things might be too tall, self-explanatory, or you can delete it. I'm going to go ahead and edit this one. Again, like I said, your edit is going to have different information depending on what section it is. So here you know what? I want my title to be, will help you get lost, because that's the tagline I came up for my company. And I'm going to erase the subtitle. And then I want a different photo. I don't specialize in Greece, so I'm going to click this. And this will bring us to the media library, which is nice. So you can upload your images here, and you can see any images you've uploaded. But you also get access to Wix's media library, which is all free. You get access to Shutterstock, which you do have to pay for, but you see what each image costs. Otherwise, you also have access to Unsplash, which is also free. So you have 2 big media libraries that are free for you. And then if you still can't find what you like, you can do Shutterstock. So let's see. I'm going to do, let's say I do food travel. Let's see what looks good to me. That sounds great. There we go, and let's apply it. There we go. And now we can go into our section design. So remember, the edit is the content for the section, the design is the look of it. So it's keeping everything that I wanted, except for, as you can see, a different look. So I'm going to, I like it being a little bit more narrow. So I'm going to do this one. And again, I get those custom section design. So we have media, color, text settings, adjust height, and animation. Media, as you imagine, that's either you could do one image, you could do a gallery of images, or you can do a video. Color, it's just taking your color palette and rearranging it. I'll show examples of all of these, but I just wanted to give a summary quick. Text setting is really just how big it is. We'll go later into the design area where you can change the text for the whole site. You cannot change the font for different sections, and that's a good thing because sometimes if you go to a website and they have way too many fonts, it doesn't look great. So it's basically forcing you to have one font across the board, which, like I said, is a good thing. And then adjust height, which we saw before, and animation. So this is how the different elements go in. So let's go ahead and go into media. So if I wanted to, I can change the media types will change on what your options are. Like I said, there are options, but this particular section does not offer that option. That's what I mean by just click in and go to these different sections and see what the options are. This one I can change it to a video if I want. I'm going to go back to image. I can do do I want it to be a full image? Do I want it to be background? You have all these. I'm not going to go into each one because we don't have as much time today. And really, it's all about experimenting. Like, how do I like this? Just move things around and see what happens. Like, oh, yeah, that looks nice. Okay. I can go ahead and go down. Scroll effects. In order to see these, you do have to go into preview as you change them. That's just the hint there. Let's see. Oh, we got our section design. Color. Like I said, it's taking your same palette and it's just rearranging. There's not a lot of options here since there's an image in the background, but we'll see on some other ones where it just changes what the block colors are, what the highlight colors are, what the text colors are. We don't have a lot of options for this one. And let's see. We said our text settings, it's just going to be how big it is. It's left, center, right. And humble is if you remember, that's the theme I chose. So it's just reminding me that that's what I've chosen. And just height, you can just shrink it if you want or expand it. Again, self-explanatory. I'm going to exit out of there. And then animation. So this, yeah, as you can see, when you hover over it, you can see exactly what's going to happen. I would recommend using these sparingly because if you have a lot of stuff going on your website, when I first get there, I don't know what to look at if everything's moving. So I would use these sparingly. I'm going to keep it at none. And there we go. We just edited our first section. And we're going to go on to the next one. Let's see. These arrows here, let me move it up or down. So let's say I wanted that first. I can just move it up. If I don't want that anymore, I can move it back down. Oops, there we go. And let's see, we went over all of those. Let's see if this one has a different design so I can see. There are so many design options too. So don't get too overwhelmed. Like I said, unless you have a specific idea, I would don't think you can choose the wrong choice. It's going to be okay. Everything looks great together. I wanted to show the color one to see if this one did a better job. Yeah, so you can see it just rearranges your colors. It's still your same color scheme, but it gives you variations to it. So I kind of like that. Got the darker blocks and we got the teal. Call that teal. All right, so I'm going to change that and I'm just going to leave it as is. We don't need to edit everything. The other thing you may have noticed are these plus sections. So that's how you add a new section. So this one will be added exactly where that plus sign is. And now when we add something, it's just like when we're in that design area where we get to see all of the design options. And because we mentioned we're doing a travel agency website, they give us suggestions right off the bat that they think we might want, like a get a quote page. So yeah, or get a quote section. Sorry, I forgot we're doing sections. I'm actually not going to add a section because I think the homepage is getting a little too busy. So I'm going to exit out of there. And I'm actually going to close offered services for right, or not close. I'm going to delete it to try to clean up our homepage. All right. see, I gotta look at my notes here, make sure I got everything. All right, so now we're gonna add a page. So that's up here. And we're gonna slip down to page. Maybe. And it looks very similar to the add the section area because it really is. It's all it is a new page with a specific section on it. So I can say, like I said, I wanted to add that trip quote. So I'm going to add a trip quote page, and I'm going to go with, I like the contemplative on a dock. Very rewarding. Thank you. And again, you can change anything you want here. Just to show you again how the features that you're editing change. This is a form page. I click edit, and I actually see all the options for the form. I can edit the form on here. I can show where I want to send the email to. I can show what I want to ask for. Maybe I want well, I guess I already asked for phone, but you get the idea. So make sure when you're going in here, go into every section and every page and click edit and click design to find something that you like. Let's see, we're gonna add, let's add another page because there's a couple of things I want to show you. What is it? Travel tips or resources we can do. Let's do this one. And remember again, if we wanted to change the colors, we can go into customize, and yeah, I like that look. So I'm going to do that one. Maybe, there we go. So one thing to remember, because it's hard to remember because everything looks so nice and it does have content in it, is that it really is dummy text. So if you were to click on this in preview, it wouldn't go anywhere because there's not actually an article on how to choose your next destination. So make sure you remember that. You can change these out. Here's your edit, like I said, because this is a whole nother section that has resources on it. You're able to write what you want and you're able to go choose, okay, I want a button, and then where do I want that to go? Because right now it's not going anywhere. So you want to make sure if you have a resources page like this, you create the content and then you have a button go to it. All right. We're going to go, and now that we have some pages to work with, we're going to organize our pages. So that's up here in the upper left-hand corner. And we're going to hit edit menu. And let me scroll up a little bit. There's our menu bar right up there. We've got these 4 pages. So I can drag and drop these up and around. My mouse is not wanting to work today. There we go. So I can drag, and then we have these horizontal dots over here that let us choose. Let's say I want to make this my home page. Got the home next to it. This is now what they'd see when they come there. Don't actually want that, so I'm going to put this back to the home page. The other thing you can do here is add subpage or nest a page under another one, which is great if you're starting to get too many pages. For instance, if you had a lot of destinations that you had specific pages on, you probably want to put those under a destination page, and then they're all sub pages underneath it. For instance, I could put trip quote under contact. So in order to do that, I put trip quote below contact, which I've done. And then I go to trip quote and I say set as sub item, and it becomes a sub item under whatever page it was under. And again, this is one thing that you can't see unless you go into preview. So if I go into preview, I now see trip quote only under contact when I hover over contact. That was my organization. The other really neat thing is that they have a mobile view while we're in preview. So let's switch back over to mobile view. And the nice thing is edits you make in mobile view, at least for the design, not the content, but the design, they stay in mobile. So they already did a really great job of making everything render nicely on your cell phone, which is important because 50% of web traffic is from a mobile device. So you want to make sure your site looks good on mobile. So I can go through here. I can see if I like it. Let's see, open my menu. Let's go to the trip quote page. Oh, I might have to go to preview, sorry. Hold on. There we go. So I can go here and let's go to that trip quote page, which I guess I was already on. It looks good. If I want to edit something specifically, only just for, like I said, just for this, I can go in just for mobile. I can go into the design center and be like, okay, I want, maybe this isn't a good example. Looks like they're all the same. Hold on. Let's go to a different page. We'll go to the About Us page. All right, so this is what it looks like in mobile. And let's say I want to change that design. Yeah, I don't like the image over it, so I'm going to change it to this. And now this is what it looks like in mobile, but it does not change the design for the desktop site. So that's what's really neat about that. All right, and the next thing we're going to do, so now we've done the sections, you're basically ready to go. You've learned how to add, edit, and change sections, and that's all the site is. Different sections on different pages. Now we're going to go over design that affects the whole site all at once. So that's here. Like I mentioned, we already chose a theme, but you can change the theme here. You're going to see a lot more than you saw previously. You can go again with their color scheme. And if you change a new theme, it defaults to it. But then you can change back by going into color. And there you go, going back to your logo palette if you so desired. Make sure you have your undo buttons up here, which I absolutely love. So I'm going to undo that because I didn't like that. So undo. All right, so there's your theme that you can change. You can change your color. Again, this is across the board. I highly recommend, we don't have enough time to go into every little thing, but just go in here and play around. This is your logo palette. And then you're able to edit let's say, I like all the logo palette colors, but these two blues are too close to me, or these two grays are too close. I want to change one out. So you have the ability to really tweak things if you so desire, which I know I've said that a couple times, but it's just one of my favorite things about Wix ADI. You can also change the font. So the theme I chose came with Humble, but I can change it to a different one if I want. Let's say I want to change it to Loft, just because it sounds like a very fancy name. And then animation. This one I don't think you would really have a use for, because it puts the animation across the entire site, which means every time I go into a site, everything fades in or everything floats in, which I feel like it doesn't look too bad on this one page. But if I'm on the homepage and there's a lot of things and they're all flying in, like I mentioned earlier, and that also could be my bias, that I don't want things moving that much on a website. But yeah, so I would be leery about using the animation, because again, it is site-wide, not just on the page I'm on. Now, page designs is the one exception. This is just for the page you're on. So I'm on the About Us page, yes. So if maybe I don't exactly like the look of it, but I'm not sure if I want it, like what I want instead, it gives me some different page ideas using the same palette colors, using the same theme I have. And if I don't like these three, I can X out and I can go back in and it'll give me new three to look at. Kind of that just reorganized it. Maybe this one doesn't have a lot of variation to it. That's all right. We'll go to our homepage and go to page design. There we go. Now we have a lot more options, but it keeps all of your content that you've already changed. It keeps your sections the same. It's just changing out the design, which is nice if you're not sure what you want, but you don't like exactly what they've done for you. Let's see. The last thing that I'm going to go over has nothing to do with design. It's more the site itself. And so the first thing is get found on Google. They've done a really great job of making SEO seem easier, a little bit friendlier. I was really impressed by it. So click in here. Once you get your website set up and you get your content in, click on Get Found on Google and I'll walk you through the whole process. It makes it SEO much less scary. And then you're going to want to connect a domain. So your domain is your web address, like Host Agency Reviews is www.hostagencyreviews.com. So you need to make sure you have your domain. If you don't have one, it'll prompt you and you can buy one through Wix. Or if you already have one, you can connect it to your new website. One of my favorite features, because I make a lot of mistakes, is site history. It shows everything you've done. As you can see, I like to work late at night. So it shows everything you've done, and you can just revert back to one of them. And so if I, in one of my late night editings, was like, that was a horrible mistake, I can't believe I did that, I can revert back to something. And this is also nice because if you know you're about to change something big, I'm going to hit this one and I'm going to say before new logo. And that way, after I do all these changes and I realize that was horrible, don't like the new logo, don't like the new site, I can go back into this dashboard and I can find this one really easily and change it back to that, which is super awesome. So that was a really neat feature that I liked. And then last, we're going to go into, well, not last, close to last. we're going to go into settings. There's a lot of stuff here. Again, I'm sorry we don't have enough time to go over it all. And I know this is really fast, but go into your website settings and you can play around. So you can change your title of your website, which is what shows up here in the tab. I don't know why you would want something different, but if you changed your business name or rebranded, whatever it might be, this is where you'll change it. And then the other big thing that I think is often overlooked is the favicon. So that's the little thing, like right up here, you see Wix's up there. If I were to go to Host Agency Reviews, you see our bubbles are the favicon. And so I think that's such a neat thing, and it's often overlooked, but I would make sure that once you get yours, and then if you can put your favicon up there, I think just adds a lot, and it's nice to have up there because I always like that. Helps me figure out which of the many tabs I have open that I need. So yeah, go through here. And then the other thing is we're going to go over to, we don't have to go. So your dashboard is basically what's here on the left, but I'm going to go a different way to the dashboard. Oop. There, using that button. And this is what you'll see basically when you log in. So your website's going to be right up here that you've just created. It has these nice steps like, hey, you're missing some things, which is really nice if you're like, oh, I forgot to put my email in or whatever it might be. So this is nice for that. It has your analytics, which obviously this site is not live, so no one has been there. And that's what I was going to go to over here is the analytics. It's not as thorough as Google Analytics, but it's just really nice to have it right here. And yeah, there's not going to be anything here since this is a new website that's not live. But it's nice to be able to see that and see where people are coming from. If you just sent out an email blast or something, you can see if you got a spike that day. So I keep track of your analytics to see what works and what doesn't. And the last thing I'm going to mention is another thing that I know I'm just saying I really like Wix, but I do. That's why I chose this program to do the class on. But their help is really nice. When I first was getting acquainted with the program, I used their help to see how helpful it was. And it was actually really nice. Their articles are really well written and the search actually works really well when I just had a question about something. So if you have a question, use their help section. All right, so that's the end of our building. Now I'm quickly going to try to squeeze in. Hold on, let me share a different screen here. I'm going to share a PowerPoint. Maybe. There it is. Okay. So now that we've gone over how to build the site, I kind of want to go into some things to remember. So questions to ask yourself, what is the purpose of your website? I know that seems silly, but people have different ideas, right? Some people, they just want their website to be about them so that their clients can learn about them. Other people want to get their clients' information. So they have forms and they have different things to try to get their clients or potential clients' information. You could want it so you can share out pricing so that you don't have to, keep sending it to individuals. You can just direct them to your website. So think about what your purpose of your website is, because that'll help when you're building your site, because you can keep asking yourself, is this relevant to what my purpose is? For instance, you might think, oh, I should have a trip quote page, but you don't actually really want to gather information. You just want to tell about yourself. So don't do that if that's not your goal. The other thing that you really have to be honest with yourself is, how often do you want to, or how often can you realistically update your website? I think we all start these projects with grand ideas. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll update the blog every couple of weeks. I want to have a chat on there so that I can answer people right away. But then you realize, oh, I miss the chat a lot. I never see it. And I just don't have time to write a blog, and those things fall to the wayside. So I think that's really important to ask yourself and be honest with yourself. And then lastly, who are your clients and your potential clients? Because if let's say your potential clients, the people you want to reel in are people who are really into adventure travel, well, then maybe you don't need that page on romance getaways, because that's not who your clientele is or who you want them to be. Next is pages, or our pages. I've asterisked the ones that I think are just really important to have, which is about us, because even if your goal isn't for your clients to learn all about you, they want to know a little bit about you. I mean, that for me is the first thing I do. If it's a company I'm not sure of, I'll go to their about us and I want to read about them. And I don't just want it to be generic big box company type about us. I want to know who you are. Contact us, right? You want your clients to be able to contact you and you want it to be easy for them to find your information. And the other one, the last one that I think is really important is reviews and testimonials, which is difficult when you're just starting out. But if you've ever done any little travel planning for friends and family, this would be the time to get those reviews and testimonials. It's just nice. Again, it's when people are researching new companies, they like to see that. I'd make sure to put photos in, either photos of the people giving the reviews or photos that they took on said trip. So I think those three are really important to have if you can. And then I have some other ideas, and this is not an all-encompassing list. This is just to get your brain going on pages you can have. So you can have a page for packages, tours, and or groups that you're doing. This would be fantastic if you specialize in FITs or groups, or something like that, where you put things together, and then you can put examples of either ones that you've done in the past, ones you're currently putting together, or example itineraries, whatever it might be, if that's up your alley. Again, that's not going to be for everyone. So don't feel like these are all things you have to do. These are just possibilities depending on what your niche is. Services, I know some of you offer services beyond just booking travel, whether it's, I guess, like on the ground stuff. I'm sorry, my mind is blanking right now on different services. Advice services where they call in, especially if you're doing like wedding stuff. I know there's other things that you can do. And so if you have that, service page would be good so that they know what else you offer. Trip quote is nice. I know it's very similar to Contact Us. And if you do need to, you can always tuck it under, like we did, nest it under Contact Us. But sometimes it's nice because someone's like, well, I don't want to contact them. I just want to know how much this trip that I want to do would cost. And it seems silly, but it's nice to have the option because some people will gravitate more towards trip quote. But if you only have trip quote, some people will be like, well, I don't know what I want yet. I just want to call you, or I just want to reach out to you. So having both is not a bad idea. And then travel resources. So this would be if you thought about your purpose of your website and you thought of, I want to be a good resource, to any traveler, not just my own clients. I want to have resources on there like a cruise packing list, which I believe HAR has a template of. So we'll put that link in the chat too. That was after my time, but I hear it's fantastic. And then I have my little tip down there. Try to limit your menu bar to 7 items or less. If you've ever been to a website and there's just so much going on, you're like, I don't even know where to go because there's so many pages. You want to trim that down a bit. So think creatively. Like I said, if you had too many pages, Contact Us and Trip Quote work well together. Services and package tours and groups could be grouped together. And that's really only if you have too many. If you have 7 or less, then they can fit across your menu bar and people won't be too overwhelmed. But just something to keep in mind. The other thing that I mentioned way back when we were starting the website was I didn't click on any of those features, the blog or the chat or things like that. That's because I wanted to address them here. So they have features, not just Wix, most web building programs have, you can have a blog or an events calendar, photo albums, appointment scheduling. We use Acuity, which we really like, chat feature or having email signups. But like I said before, just really be honest with that question of, will you actually do it? And if you're not sure, just hold off. Just hold off and wait just after you get your site up and see how things are going. Because it's worse to have a really old blog that only has one post from 2 years ago than to just not have a blog at all. So don't feel like you need to have this. Instead, do what you can do really well instead of trying to just put everything on your site and like they can't get a hold of you via the chat. Your events page is empty. That all looks worse. So choose what you can actually update and what you actually can keep intact. None of these things are bad ideas. They're great ideas if you actually keep up with them. So that's my tip on that. And then don't forget about the footer. If you go to Host Agency Reviews' page, we have a ton of stuff in the footer. And for me personally, that's like if I go to a site and I'm trying, like I can't quite figure out where I need to go, I scroll down to the footer. Or if I just need a phone number, a lot of times I'll scroll down to the footer knowing that it'll be there. So you can put your list of pages, like all the pages on there, including ones that are probably not in your navigation, like the privacy policy, terms of service disclaimers, probably not in your navigation menu. If you happen to have those pages, putting them down in the footer is a great place. But then you can put all of your pages just as a quick, like, cool, here's where you go. Put your contact info or a button or a link, your social media stuff, your seller of travel numbers if it's required for your state. And if you are unfamiliar with those make sure you check out HAR's article on seller of travel, which again, we'll put in the chat. If you're collecting emails, put your email sign up down there. If you have any award or certifications, like if you're a Sandal certified or a Disney travel expert, put those little logos down there. It looks nice. It's impressive. You could also create a page with those depending on how many you have. And then put your copyright, which I think is already defaulted with Wix. And so your homework is to research other travel agency websites. So just look around, search for either local ones. I would stay with smaller home base. Don't look at some big travel agency conglomerate because that's going to be different than what you're offering anyways. So look for local travel agency websites, whether in your area or just, in your state, and see what you like, see what you don't like, and make a list of those. Like, just write it down and put a list of like, this is something I'd really want. And that's what the next ones are. Your must-have pages and features list. So if you are absolutely, I need a blog, I really, really want a blog and I know I'll be good at it, then add that to your must-have page, your must-have list. And then make a separate list for pages and features that you really want or that you're thinking about, but you're not sure if you can actually keep up with. Make a list for that so that they're still on your radar, but for later, after you get the rest of the website set up and after you get going. And that's it, guys. I'm sorry. I know that was a whirlwind, and I also went over my time, I think. But thank you so much for joining me. We will be having a breakout section next week, February 1st at 1 p.m. Central Time. It's for website feedback and support. Basically, I'll be there. You guys can ask me any questions, any problems you came up with while you're putting your website together. That means you should be trying to put your website together this weekend. And yeah, it's really just, it's a great support way to be like, okay, I'm not alone. Let's all like brainstorm about this, get some feedback on your website. You'll be able to register. I believe Host Agency Reviews will be sending out an email after Host Week that lets you register for the different breakout sessions. And then once I get those registrations, I'll be sending out a form where you can put your website if you happen to have it yet, or any questions you have, just so I'm a little bit more prepared when for the breakout session. Again, thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope that wasn't too crazy for you, and I really look forward to seeing you guys in the breakout session. Have a fantastic rest of Host Week, and have a great day. Bye.
Wowzers, that was a lot of info in a short amount of time, but great info. Thank you so much, Bridget. For those of you who just felt like you got fire hosed with information, well, I can confirm to you that yes, that did just happen to you. So do not worry though, this is recorded. So unless you're a prodigy and memorized the last 40 minutes, you can take your time and go back and rewatch some of the sections. So don't worry about that. And again, don't forget to follow up for Bridget's interactive think tank session on February 1st at 1 p.m. I will also be there. So you can go to har.news/thinktankme to get the details of where to meet. Now, before we close things out for today, let's go over what a docket for tomorrow, because I'm telling you, every single day of Host Week has great speakers, lots of host interviews, and tons of info to help you grow your agency. So let me click on over to the schedule and see what's ahead in my also handy dandy, terribly messy sheet. So, all right. Let's see. All right, so we are going to start things off with a bang. As usual, we're going to start streaming at 12 p.m. Central Time. And our keynote tomorrow is Sandra McLemore, the owner of Travel, Trade, and Media. And if you haven't met Sandra before, she is just a ball of energy and super fun. Also, like tons of information. So her and I will be talking about pinpointing some of those darn distractions that take away from your business and give you some pointers on how to stay focused. So I don't know about you, but I am definitely in need of tips on how to stay focused after the most disorienting 22 months of my entire life. I feel like my mind is like everywhere. So let's see what else. Oh, and this is exciting. So tomorrow we have 2 think tanks again. So travel attorney Thomas Carpenter is going to the top 4 ways to manage legal risk when selling travel. That's definitely one to sign up for, no matter what the size of your agency, whatever your location, your niche, or years of experience. So mark your calendar for 2:50 p.m. Central Time tomorrow to tune into that. And following up Thomas with a think tank is Patty Noonan from the Travel Institute, who will be putting on a session for new advisors, aptly named New to Travel 101. And then who do we have for our Get to Know a Host section? All right, looks like April is going to be interviewing Travel Resources Group, who is the lucky winner of our Comfort Class giveaway we do every year for Host Week. We'll also be interviewing reps from Dugan's Travel, Outside Agents, Gifted Travel Network, and Independent by Liberty. So the reps from those hosts will be around in the comments, so bring your questions, thoughts, and support. And from the whole team here at Host Agency Reviews, thank you again for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time.